Okay, I think we're ready to go. I think the pods, the microphones are coming to you, but since Carrie and I have ours, we'll get started. So we're going to open our second day of the Environmental Financial Advisory Board meeting, and we have a very interesting agenda today. I think Carrie, I think, has taken her chair prerogative and made some changes to the agenda, which I support fully. So, all right, Carrie, I'll turn it over to you.
Should we do roll call first?
Roll call first.
We don't have to do the public meeting disclaimers or anything.
No, we do not. And I would just remind everyone that this is a public advisory committee meeting, and we have, although we have sparse in-person participation from our viewers, I understand that we have about 70 viewers online yesterday. Yeah, so just imagine those seats all filled, and then you can imagine that people are watching us and hearing us. And Carrie, I think you were going to say something to our members on the.
Yes, to our members who are virtual, it would be great if you could turn your camera on so that we see you and feel like you're in the room with us, because you would be. You'll have a big picture and we'll be looking at you. If you could do that, those of you that are virtual, that would be fantastic.
Of course,
because we missed you yesterday.
Yeah, but of course, 9 in the morning, if I'm at home, I'd be. I'm thinking, I don't know.
And I respect that. Of course, not all
George
the time.
Looks great.
You look great, George. We get it. You're virtual, and it is early in a lot of places.
Well, he is early, isn't he? Like an hour or two early.
Yeah, 2 hours. 2 hours.
2 hours.
We really appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, let's get going with roll call. Ashley Allen Jones is coming late. Okay. Courtney Black.
Courtney Black, City of Kent.
Great. Steve. Hi, Steve. Angela.
Angela Montoya Burkmont, Denver Water, present.
Great. Matt.
Matt Brown from DC Water. I'm here.
Stacy.
Stacy Brown, Freeburg Environmental.
Ted.
Ted Chapman, Hilltop Securities, present.
Al.
Al Cho from Xylem, present.
Great. Janet.
Janet Clements, One Water Econ.
Lori.
Lori Collins, Collins Climate Consulting, present.
Zach.
Zach Davidson, Ecosystem Investment Partners.
Hi, Zach.
Hi.
Jeff.
Jeff Deal, Rhode Island Infrastructure Bank, present.
Sonia. Sonia on, yeah. Okay. Phyllis.
Phyllis Garcia, San Antonio Water System.
Eric Hangen is absent, and Ted Hennepin is absent, and Barry is joining late. Craig.
Craig Holland with the Nature Conservancy. Good morning.
Craig. Margot.
Margot Kane, Spring Point Partners, present.
Great. Tom.
I'm Carol, National Association of Mutual Insurance Companies. Good morning, everybody.
Morning, Tom. George.
Top of the morning, George Kelly, Earth Recovery Partners here.
Like the top of the morning. Gwen is joining late.
I'm on the phone. I'm driving. I will be getting in the car shortly. I'll join you in about an hour.
Okay, great. We're looking forward to seeing you, Gwen. Thank you. Cynthia Kohler is absent. Colleen.
Good morning, Colleen Kokas, Environmental Liability Transfer.
Joanne.
Good morning, Joanne Landau, Kurt Sam Realty Corp, present.
Great, Joanne. Lawrence. Okay. Mariana.
Mariana Peavy, Idaho Department of Environmental Quality.
Dennis.
Dennis Randolph, City of Kalamazoo, present.
Eric.
Eric Rothstein, Gallery Rothstein Group.
Sanjeev.
Sanjeev Sinha with ECT, present.
Bill.
Bill Stannard, Reptiles Financial Consultants.
Marilyn.
Marilyn Waite, Climate Finance Fund, present.
Great. Dave.
Dave Wegner, Wolpert Engineering and Water Science Technology Board for the Academy of Sciences.
Gwen?
Gwen Yamamoto, Hawaii Green Infrastructure Authority, present.
And David Zimmer.
David Zimmer, New Jersey Infrastructure Bank. Good morning.
Really like the sunglasses, David. Like it.
Good morning.
Good morning. Great. So let's recap what we're going to be doing today. We have briefings from 3 FACAs, and thank you so much to Ed for arranging these. It's really, I think we're all going to get a lot out of this. We're going to hear from NEJAC, the former finance work group chair. We had a NEJAC briefing, was it about a year ago, Ed?
I believe.
About, yeah.
Actually, when we met for the first time in this room.
Oh,
a year
yes,
ago,
yeah.
right?
So it will be really fantastic to hear how their work has progressed and where they sit and where we may have some overlap. I'm sure there's quite a bit, given all the discussion we've been having on EJ communities and how to reach them. And then we have the FRRCC, the Ranch Rural Communities Advisory Committee. And they too had come a year ago and had expressed a lot of interest in partnering with us. And then we have the White House Environmental Justice Advisory Council, who has been invited and hopefully is going to be able to work through their paperwork process.
Yeah, I think she's joining us at 10:30.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we have to kind of move things around a little bit, but perhaps a break.
Yes.
But I think she's joining us, and we're just trying to get the last minute logistics taken care of for her to join us.
So really looking forward to all of that. And then in terms of the flow for the rest of the day, kind of depending on where that lands, we will possibly before lunch revisit some of our other charge items that had been in the parking lot. We also, as Ed and I have been discussing, this through line and theme that we've seen through charges over the last 3 charges in particular, around how we reach disadvantaged communities. We also heard from Faisal some of the challenges in terms of oversight and what have you. So would love to have a discussion with the board about whether there's a charge there or whether we're going to continue to infuse that through specific charges. And then we will tee up the water work, the water charges, of which there are many, and we'll tee up the work group process. And then somewhere in there we have lunch. So there's a little bit of fluidity today, so hang with us as we figure out timing. And then we will be adjourning early.
The board itself, the public meeting part of it will be adjourning a little early today.
To give the exploratory water work group time while the folks are together here in person and those virtually to do some work. And they'll report back on that work tomorrow on the charge. Else?
Yeah, just again, I know that we have virtual attendees, so I'll just say this again, that I describe why we're doing this today. The water charges were proposed to all of you in Denver. But at the same time, in Denver, you'll recall that the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund charges were also adopted by the board, accepted by the board at that time. So many of the folks who helped us with the Greenhouse Gas Fund reduction work were also interested in taking on the water charge questions. And the ones who volunteered to look at the exploratory group that wanted to look at what the charge should be for the water group. And just as Cynthia is not here, I think there's been lots of other commitments over the holidays that prevented the exploratory group to work and meet. So what we're trying to do—
More than anything, the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund.
That's right, more than anything, not because of any— well, of course we had the holidays, 2 holidays in there. But so what Carrie has proposed is that we give some time today to that exploratory charge group to do some additional work now so that perhaps by tomorrow morning, there will be something that you could vote on, but may not necessarily be. We just don't know. So that's the purpose of today's agenda change.
Any questions on that? I just wanted to reflect on yesterday before we dive in, because I don't know if our folks are here yet. We've got a few minutes maybe, and maybe others want to reflect on it. But just thinking about last night and this morning, what a jam-packed day we had yesterday. But how many substantive topics were covered? It was very impressive for me to reflect on the work from the stormwater group and to see all that amazing work and what EPA has done with that, to hear from the OZ folks and the pollution prevention folks and see how much progress has been made there. And of course, we're all waiting to see what will happen with the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. But just reflecting on the power and the service that's on this board and the expertise and the partnership with our EPA colleagues who work so very hard and are, as somebody mentioned, environmental heroes. So it was very gratifying to me, and I don't know if anybody else has any other reflections they want to share. Quiet group. It's a quiet group yesterday.
Yeah, Carrie and I are quite worried about today because you all were so unusually quiet yesterday. I'm being honest, Dave.
All right. Well, if nobody has anything they want to say, that's fine. I think we have a few minutes.
We do, but I do want to just address the sidebar conversation that we had earlier. And I think you raised a question about the environmental finance centers. And I will just mention that I think Ellen gave an update yesterday about the number of finance centers. We used to just have 10. And those of you who are new, there was a lot of coordination between this group and the finance centers, and that's something that we'll have to discuss with Ellen in terms of how we can kind of bring that back into kind of even just giving us an update, for instance, of activities and so on, because their work has expanded tremendously, and there are lots of new people now as opposed to just having 10 center leaders. So we'll try to figure out a way.
We do typically have a briefing,
standing item,
but we didn't this meeting because we had so many other topics.
Right.
Yeah.
But I think we'll flag that for Ellen's group, that we can invite another update of what's going on, because it's not just
especially with the expansion.
Expansion, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can I give a little context?
Yes, please.
This is Dave Wagner from Wolpert Engineering. The context of that request is that yesterday we heard from several of our presenters this term environmental finance centers, and we heard some about burdensome regulations and the time people want to get the money out on the street to get for communities, et cetera, to gain access to the infrastructure money and for the Inflation Reduction Act funds, et cetera. And we were talking this morning about how, having formerly lived on the Hill, we wrote policy and we wrote legislation, not intentionally creating regulations, but inevitably because you work in the government, you have to protect the taxpayer money. So you build regulation in, but it becomes burdensome. So we're trying to figure out how, is there a potential way that we can push that risk to somebody other than the small communities who have a hard time with technical capacity and people, et cetera, to apply for funding. You know, big cities have usually a staff and other access, but perhaps could that be done at the environmental finance center level? And I personally don't know anything about the environmental finance rule and how they came to be. Ted said you have been briefed on it before, but I just think it would be helpful to understand where can we push the risk to so it's least affecting, but still get the money out the door. So that was the context of what we were asking for.
It's a great, it's a great thread to pull on.
Yeah, Ellen, those of you who can't see her, but Ellen's nodding. And just as a context for everyone, I think when we had 10 centers, there was a time, it just like Faisal was talking about, before this administration, when there's a huge influx of funding available for infrastructure as well as for Inflation Reduction Act reasons, the funding for those programs were very scarce. So we were always trying to figure out how to leverage their expertise and experience and to help communities with every cent that we had. And I hope I'm characterizing this correctly. But now the Water Office, I think, is funded many more. How many did you say exactly? Yeah, I think that's 150 times more in budget, right? So, yeah. So Dave, the reason that
Just to repeat that, so 60K was the original base budget, and now you have 150 million per center.
Yeah.
So expanded funding.
Yeah, so it's really interesting that you brought this up this morning, because I think the environmental finance centers, at least the 10 centers before becoming 29, were really there to help communities. So I think you're right on in the connecting the thread of the discussion that we've been having. And so there's a mechanism perhaps that's out there. And I think the others are, there's environmental finance centers, but there's a lot of other EPA programs also with their own technical assistance programs out there. That's a third party. So Brownfields program has a Brownfields technical assistance program. I think there are 5 universities across the country that are funded to, so they're really supporting communities on brownfields redevelopment. And I think I mentioned to you also that Radon program is. So I think one thing that we could do is not only get a presentation by the Water Office on the environmental finance centers, but perhaps we could take your suggestion one step further and try to bring in all of the programs that are running technical assistance centers. And I think the EJ program just implemented
their first $100 million grants.
Is it the Tic-Tac, Andrew? What does that actually stand for?
We got a briefing on it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So I see we have Al and Mariana. Way to go, Al, Mariana, and then Marco.
I think this is a really interesting topic. I think the question is more of a clarifying question around the Environmental Finance Center funding is, with how much money is being allocated for the first time to these technical assistance programs. A lot of the organizations that are receiving that funding are ramping up in order to meet the demand. There's always a time lag, both between the implementation of the funding for the underlying infrastructure bill and the building up of the capacity of the TA centers to support the communities. And then there's the question of the longer term sustainability of the ramp down. And I think one of the questions that the EFCs generally would love to know more about, and the people who depend on them, is what is the longer term view of funding for technical assistance in the EFCs beyond the horizon of the bill? Yeah. Because otherwise you're going to get variability in supply that takes a long time to create. And that need doesn't go away just because the funding does.
Right.
So
right.
I'd love to hear more about that when we get people in.
Tara, is anybody taking notes, or do you want me to take notes on? Okay, great. On the we can definitely incorporate that to a briefing the next time.
The one thing that I could just quickly say is that the 10 centers have been in existence for a long time. The additional ones are the ones that I think, Al, that some of the issues that you're raising, but the 10 have been, I think, around as long as I've been around, which is a very long time at EPA. Thank you. So they have a long history of helping communities in a variety of EPA programs, because they're not stovepiped to a program. But I think it would be good to hear from Ellen about the scope of these additional centers, because I think the funding is coming from the bipartisan infrastructure law. So there may be a limitation in what you can do with the center and the money that's appropriated. So,
Mariana.
Mariana with Idaho Department of Environmental Quality. I know with the SRF programs, and we're trying. A lot of these technical assistants are trying to work with the SRF programs, but there is, and we brought this up with EPA, and I think they're working through it, but with these 29 centers, some of them are in the same location. There's a little bit of confusion of who's doing what, because they're definitely trying to cover different scopes of items. Some other things that I'm definitely seeing too is that EPA also has some technical assistance. So, for example, working with Region 10, they've ramped up a TA department. So they're already looking to provide some direct services. And then I'm seeing states concerned about what's happening here. So they're putting out contracts for their own TA and so they can control it. So it's kind of it's an interesting dynamic of what's happening, what kind of competition is going to be happening, because they definitely want some of that longevity and future funding. So it's there's definitely talk. I'm glad early on going, we need to be very strategic about this so we can be effective instead of creating definitely a lot more confusion and complications for the end user.
Yeah, great point. Thanks, Mariana.
Just one more.
Margo, and then
Margo Kane, Spring Point Partners. And I just wanted to comment on the EFC potential presentation and kind of +1 for both Al and Mariana. But I think what would be most helpful for us, thinking about the previous presentations as well, is a strategic landscape of the EFCs, right? They have extremely different capacities and market positionings, both the old and the new ones. There's quite a bit of diversity within the EFC group, and then there's the added complexity of these other technical assistance channels just solely within like EPA-DUM, right? Just having like individual EFC kind of just definitional or descriptive presentations are not as helpful as a strategic landscape.
Yeah.
Who's good at what? And some of them are perhaps, better at engaging with academia and not as skilled at engaging with communities. Just, and vice versa, right? So I think that would be a very helpful positioning for us as we think about what are the levers around TA. Thank you.
Great suggestion, building on everything. Good.
Okay. Yeah, we are ready with our next session, and I think we need to we can come back to this discussion if you like later on. But our guests they all have a tight time frame, so we'd like to get to the next agenda. So as you recall, when the deputy administrator first came to the board, she urged us to coordinate and collaborate with other advisory committees at EPA. And so we have been trying to do that at every meeting. As you know, we've invited other board members as well as other DFOs to join us. And I think today we have 3 speakers. I say I think because one still we're still trying to work on the 3rd speaker to get on Zoom. The first, so we have 3 lined up. The first is with the EPA's National Environmental Justice Advisory Council Committee, and we've invited Dr. April Baptiste, who's I think on the call here, to talk about to follow up a discussion that we had in this room last time with Dr. Sakobi, I believe, who is her co-chair on the finance work group at NEJAC. And I invited April back, and she insisted that I call her April instead of, and so I just don't want you to know that I'm not being disrespectful here. Because I think they're very close, if not already delivered a product to the administrator from their finance work group. So I've invited her to come and talk to us about the set of recommendations that they're offering, and perhaps for our consideration, your all consideration as to how we could possibly help and also to expand the work that NEJAC is doing. And then after Dr. Baptiste, we have Rod Snyder back, who you saw on the screen shortly, who's the ag advisor to Administrator Regan. And he has his own advisory committee, the Ranch Rural Communities Council, and they just met here last week in the same room here. And I know that they had some conversations about finance issues and funding issues for rural communities. So I thought that we would invite Rod back to have a conversation with us as well. So I know Dr. Baptiste has something to get to, so she's going to be first up. So April, I'll turn over my mic to you.
Thank you so much, Ed. I really appreciate it. Good morning, everyone. I'm going to share my screen because I have some slides. So just give me a minute. Let me tee that up and make sure that we get that going.
And we also have those in our packets.
Okay, wonderful. So I'll put this. All right. Now, are you seeing my slides or are you seeing it in presenter mode?
We're not seeing your slide.
Okay. Tara, maybe you might have to help me. I'm seeing my slides, but.
Actually, we'll share your slide from here. How about that?
Okay, okay. That's perfect. So I could stop sharing my screen?
Yes, thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. Okay. All right, so I'll go ahead and get started and hopefully, hopefully this will work. Okay, so again, thank you to Mr. Ed Chow for inviting me to participate in the EFAB public meeting. It is a pleasure to be with this group today. I'm wearing my hat today as the former co-chair of the NEJAC Finance and Investment Work Group. This work group was created to address questions of funding broadly construed across EPA programs and initiatives, and particularly as it relates to disadvantaged communities. I will share a summary of the work which culminated in a letter that is making its way to Administrator Regan, and we started that process earlier this month. Hopefully, I believe a letter was shared with Ed and he would be able to distribute it to EFAB members, but it cannot be circulated externally as yet. So next slide. So what were our objectives or general asks? And so you can put them up as I read. So in general, the work group asked for the following of the EPA. First, a response as to how each of the sections that are provided in the letter are being implemented. Secondly, a roadmap plan that would outline how the EPA's implementation of Justice 40 objectives will be conducted. Thirdly, a presentation of foreseen challenges or barriers towards ensuring timely prioritization of funding and investments to environmental justice communities across short, medium, and long-term timeframes. And fourth, a consultation with the NEJAC on the ways in which finance and investment opportunities in communities with legacy environmental justice problems would result in environmental and economic improvements for these communities. So our letter was drafted in two sections. And so we had these process questions and then we had recommendations that we offered. And so what I'm going to do in the short time that I have today would actually be to go through each of the 5 sections. It was a pretty long letter, so I'm not going to cover every single detail, but what I'll do is summarize some of the highlights, both from the process questions perspective and then from the recommendations perspective, just highlighting some of that. So on the screen, we have section 1, which was defining investments and benefits in environmental justice communities. So firstly, the NEJAC seeks information on how the EPA defines investments and benefits so that they can be provided in overburdened and under-resourced communities. So within this area, there were three questions that we asked. I'm not going to summarize all of them, but the idea here was really to ask the EPA to really be clear in how they are defining investments and benefits going forward, particularly with this influx of funding that's coming into the agency. So what were our recommendations under this particular section? First, the NEJAC, we recommended that a model definition of benefits will be developed and used in order to determine how benefits will be assessed. And so there were two really important pieces that we wanted to highlight here. One being that this definition of benefits, as we're thinking about, the Justice 40 framework and all this notion about benefits getting into environmental justice communities, was to ensure that there was co-creation of that definition. So what do communities identify as benefits? Right? What do they identify as the things that would be categorized as success, for example? And so that's the involved co-creation piece. And secondly, we really wanted to highlight that as we talk about environmental justice, that we don't want to tiptoe around these notions of race and ethnicity, because we recognize that race and ethnicity is intricately tied to those that are the most disadvantaged. And so there are ways that you can describe disadvantaged communities without including race and ethnicities. And we really fear that that will further marginalize, apologies, that would further marginalize some of our Black and Brown communities within the United States and our territories and tribal nations that themselves are the most burdened. So the next slide would be the second section. The second section is the idea of prioritizing investments and benefits in environmental justice communities. So the NEJAC seeks to understand how the Environmental Protection Agency prioritizes and centers the concerns and needs of communities experiencing environmental justice problems through financial investments and benefits across the agency's offices and programs. So again, under this section, we had a number of process questions that we were asking, questions related to how is the EPA really seeking to incorporate community-defined and selected investments, questions about how equity would be utilized as a determinant in that prioritization effort related to funding. And under this section, this is where we also highlighted our curiosity and the seek for information related to the Justice 40 framework, and really trying to understand how right now there are about 73 pilot areas that the EPA has named in accordance to the guidance that they have been provided that falls under this Justice 40 framework. So we really wanted to understand a little bit more as to how priorities are being established in order to determine where, when, and why finances and investments are going to be placed in order to correct environmental problems or environmental injustices. And we raised a question about technical assistance in this section as well. So in terms of recommendations for this section, there are a number of different recommendations under this section, and I'm really summarizing because they're pretty lengthy. So just highlighting a few of them. The first being that we wanted to focus on the scope and flow of investment benefits and co-benefits to environmental justice communities. Secondly, we really wanted to recommend that any types of funding should go directly into environmental justice communities. And so by here, we really wanted to highlight that environmental justice communities may have the expertise in order to conduct, whether it's the research or to be able to address the environmental justice problems without necessarily having to go outside of their communities, or they should be able to determine the kinds of partnerships that they would like to form in order to address these environmental justice concerns versus having that come from a top-down perspective. And so we really wanted to highlight that there were lots of discussions and conversations about making NGOs from these communities being eligible for being PIs for getting access to funding. And then finally, a recommendation under here was really a call for developing what we're calling REJACs, which are Regional Environmental Justice Advisory Councils. This has been a long-standing call so that the National Environmental Justice Advisory Council, which is part of the EPA, is great, but we need to have more connections to the region. So under this section, there was really a call for developing this because this would then help to prioritize. The third section was about assessing and or determining and distributing investments and benefits in these communities. So here, we seek information on how the EPA provides avenues to allow for community-based organizations to gain access to funding and overcome barriers that often prevent them from competing with better resourced non-governmental organizations and academic institutions. So again, a number of questions under this section, and this ranged from the notion of understanding how research is done, what are the methodologies that are being used to ensure that environmental justice communities are actually benefiting from both current forms of investment, but also new investments. There were questions about how can we hold the EPA accountable for measurable outcomes. And then under here, one of the main questions that we really had was about the TIC-TACs. I heard that as I entered the room being mentioned, and that stands for the Thriving Community Technical Centers. And so we really wanted to push the EPA to kind of clarify how these TIC-TACs would really serve to bolster access to investments and other forms of technical expertise within communities that are facing environmental justice struggles. So with the recommendations under this section, there was a call, firstly, for communities, as I mentioned before, to address their own environmental justice concerns. And we recognize that sometimes there may be communities that may not have the capacity to address their own concerns, but they do have the autonomy to be able to determine the avenue that they would like to take to address those concerns. And so we're attempting to bolster that autonomy and ensure that communities' voices, as is a central principle of environmental justice, are really elevated and brought to the forefront. Secondly, under here, as I said, we really want to build community capacity. This is really important, and this ties in, as I mentioned before, to the Thriving Community Technical Assistance Centers. I think the next slide, which is section 4, which is measuring and tracking. Under this section, this was perhaps our largest section in terms of process questions in our letters. And under this section, we really wanted to raise questions related to what we would like to see measured, what we would like to see tracked in terms of investments and benefits. We also had questions related to the method that we would like to see in terms of how things are measured and tracked. And we also asked questions about the challenges and barriers to creating a system that would be able to measure and track investments and benefits, right? So this is the accountability piece that we're asking the EPA to really address. And so under this particular section, we had 3 questions. What would we like measured? The methodology as to how we would like to see it. And then again, thirdly, the barriers. In terms of recommendations, we had a number of different recommendations under here. Firstly, we really wanted to see strong guidelines for states, right, to be able to encourage them to include environmental justice objectives, particularly in how they utilize their federal funding, because environmental justice really has to be at the center of that. And we know that the states play a really important role. Secondly, under here, we really ask for there to be measured performance for any centers, right, that are meant to build capacity in EJ communities. So how are we measuring the performance of any of these TIC-TACs, etc.? And then our final section, which is section 5, we did mention under this particular section, we did also mention climate change being one of the areas that we really wanted to elevate, because we thought that that could sort of get lost in the conversations as we talk about investments. And then the final section that I would highlight is the notion of mapping and reporting. And under this section, mapping was being used as a way to increase transparency in understanding how funding is being distributed by the EPA. And so within this section, we had two main questions, right? The two main questions was really how the EPA was planning to develop a clear and transparent approach to mapping and reporting to the public where the agency's funding was going and how it was being distributed and used. And secondly, we really pushed or asked questions about a visualization tool.
I don't think that's what's doing it.
How can we get a visualization tool as a form of accountability? In terms of recommendations for this section, finally, we really wanted to see a visualization tool on funding. We know that the newly formed Office of Environmental Justice and External Civil Rights, I hope that I said that right, that there is a team in there that the previous Office of Environmental Justice was working on. That was a visualization platform to address funding, and we really wanted to encourage a push to expand that, to make it public and to make it a usable tool for communities. Secondly, under this, we really wanted to improve the current tools that are out there in order to meet community concerns. And so we tapped into, for example, the DOE have a really good energy dashboard that we thought would have been a good model for the EPA to look at. I'm not sure, can I see if I have any other point? Okay, and that was it. And so I'll stop there. And I'm happy to take any questions or open the floor. But thank you all for listening, and hopefully I didn't go too quickly.
April, thank you very much. And you sound a lot better today than last week. So I'm glad you're feeling a little, I hope you're feeling a little better.
I am, thanks.
Thank you for joining us. I'm gonna, if you have a few minutes to participate in a discussion, we would appreciate that very much. And I'll turn it over to you, Carrie.
Yeah, and April, I just want to say thank you so much. This represents a tremendous amount of work, and I know for me it resonates really strongly in terms of the work that we've been involved in and thinking about the how do we get the money to the communities that need it most. And I think you have really spent, a very thorough job on like all the questions of the how to ensure the how and the way, right, in which, money can't just flow. It's the co-creation notions that really resonate with a lot of the conversations we've been having in our various charge work groups. So thank you very much. I just see a lot of overlap with the concerns that our work groups and our charges have been dealing with. So I think there's a lot of opportunity to learn from each other and perhaps come up with solutions. With that, I want to see if it looks like we have Dennis Randolph. Dennis, you want to?
Sure. Dennis Randolph, City of Kalamazoo, and I appreciate Dr. Baptiste briefing us on what NEJAC's been doing. As a former NEJAC member, I think what that committee does is very important, and during this time, the emphasis that they can bring to our work and our thinking about finance is very important. But the comment I wanted to make is we keep talking about technical assistance. And as someone who's been involved in engineering education for at least the last 25 years, teaching at different universities, my concern about technical assistance and training people to do work in a technical field, engineering, is that we need to have a group of trainers that understand the concerns that NEJAC has and the concerns we have with bringing service to disadvantaged and underserved and environmental justice communities. And I'm not sure that I always see that in the current set of trainers that are out there. I see my students as eager to help communities and do things, but they're guided by people who still often think 50 years ago like that. And I don't think that type of technical assistance, first of all, will be long-term, will help the community long-term, but will also help us meet the objectives, especially of Justice 40 and where we really want to, as I keep saying, I want to spread the money around to different new organizations that haven't shared the wealth before. So anyway, I think technical assistance just is such a broad topic and so many parts to it that I'd like to just keep them all on the table as we talk about them.
Yeah, if I could respond briefly.
Yes, please.
Yeah, thanks, Dennis. It's great to hear your voice. We overlapped, for a year, I think, on NEJAC, so it's great to see you in the room. I agree. I think that the finance and investment work group or sub-work group, what we were really trying to push, and I don't think that, we could put everything in the letter that we sent to Administrator Regan, was really this notion of how they are defining technical assistance, right? How are you defining it? What does it look like? Who gets to be named as the qualified person to train individuals about technical assistance, and as an academic myself, but listening and learning from community members who serve at NEJAC, I believe that there's a call for recognizing the expertise within those that live within environmental justice communities that themselves can provide some of that technical assistance, right? And I'm not thinking of the one-off, I'm thinking of some of those long-term environmental justice workers within these communities, right? Some people like to label them as activists, whatever they are. They're community groups that are working and doing the work. They know their communities. And so we really wanted to ask EPA to help us think through that a little bit. How are they thinking about technical assistance and building that? And would there be an elevation of those communities at the end of the day? So thank you for your comment. I think that's really, really important to pay attention to.
Anything else?
Yes, yeah.
It sounds like there's somebody that needs to mute themselves online. Oh, you did? Okay, got it. Marilyn?
Thank you, April, for the presentation. So I see the phrase—
Marilyn, for the record.
Oh, sorry, Marilyn Wade, Climate Finance Fund. Thank you, April, for the presentation. I see the phrase community-based organization in the documentation, and I'm wondering if NEJAC has included in that and has engaged with community-based banks and community-based credit unions and community-based green fintechs or financial technology companies that seem to be critical for this, and I don't necessarily see them apparent in the documentation.
Yeah, another good question. And so I as not being as familiar, I'm going to take the broad-based approach as to the conversations that I've heard around them. I've heard about green banks, etc., in our conversations brought up on the periphery. They were not sort of like at the center of some of the conversations. And sort of what I have gathered was that there were mixed reactions in terms of how can we leverage green banks, etc., and these types of organizations to assist with environmental justice work. I know there are some limitations in terms of whether they would be considered eligible to apply for some of the new funding that's coming out there through the EPA. So again, without sort of us sort of diving really deep into some of that, that's some of just a peripheral conversation. But I think it's something worth going back to, not necessarily with this work group, but maybe with the IRA subgroup that we're forming now.
Just for clarification, I'm not referring to green banks. I'm referring to existing community-based credit unions, like Hope Credit Union, banks like Optus Bank, MDIs, minority depository institutions, not green banks at all, but banks that are providing green loans. And so they're community, they start with a community-first approach, and they're providing solar loans, EV loans, greenhouse gas reduction loans in many shapes and forms, including support for community-based businesses and that are led by Black and Brown people. So I would, I guess, encourage maybe the next subgroup to really engage with that community.
Sounds good. I'll bring this up on the next subgroup. Thank you.
Yeah, I would echo that as well. There's just an amazing infrastructure of community-based lending that's serving these communities that can be leveraged for environmental finance and that are often the heroes of addressing redlining, right? The systemic redlining that has existed for decades and decades. And so they're kind of the first responders, if you will, and the first partners in that kind of co-creation, community-led solutions.
Okay, thank you.
George, and then I can't see who that is, Ted.
Dr. Baptiste, we as a group have just spent 3 months analyzing options under the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. And one of the things that, as you well know, is, heavy focus on low and disadvantaged communities. But one of the problems we always constantly have is this notion of definitions and the fact that it actually, does it jibe with the EGA? Does it not? How does it differ? And I'm just curious about your thoughts and whether your group has kind of focused anything on that definitional question of low and disadvantaged communities, specifically under the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund.
Yes. So what we started that very first section, which is the definition. That's sort of where we started. We didn't start in looking at the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, but sort of the broad question as to when we talk about disadvantaged communities, EJ communities, what do we mean? And so we spent a good amount of time thinking about this, right? Are there elements that are really important to this notion of disadvantage? Of course, we went back to that 1994 definition of what the EPA considers to be an environmental justice community. And within there, we found, yes, there are some good elements there, right, in terms of, criteria, but we are asking for some co-creation now with communities that are themselves facing environmental injustices. And so, again, my co-chair, Shakobi, has been doing a lot of work on this notion. He even talked about bringing in, health criteria as well, or health indicators within that definition, which is really important because sometimes it's often not taken into consideration, cumulative impacts, whether cumulative impacts should be a part of the definition of a disadvantaged community. So we didn't get into actually, this is the model definition that we proposed to the EPA, but recognizing that there is expertise within the EPA and pushing them to now go out into the communities, think about the co-creation, and then how can we, within our document, incorporate some of these additional stuff, as I said, like health indicators. So we didn't specifically look at the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Act, but in broad terms, we tried to have some discussions around that.
Ted, and then Ashley.
Good morning, Ted Chapman, Hilltop Securities. Dr. Baptiste, I'm asking this question sort of under the framework of, I was part of the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund's team that was working on accountability, transparency, sort of the measuring and tracking, if you will. So I'm particularly interested in your points on that for disadvantaged communities, EJ communities, maybe you could speak to a little bit more about this section. Just, I mean, I guess where I'm going with this is like, I would hope that there would be, like if you have a failing water system, like the expectation should be more than just removing a negative and getting the water system, you know, public health and public safety. That should be the expectation for sort of like the normal baseline. So I guess I'm hoping, or, you know, to be encouraged that these recommendations, these identification of like opportunities would demand a little bit more than just sort of, well, we expect at least the bare minimum. I mean, because I think EJ communities certainly deserve more than that. So maybe you could speak to how you would sort of measure or identify critical success factors. I'm just curious so that we can compare it to the work that we did on the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund.
Yeah, that's exactly, I think, sort of the direction, thanks Ted, the direction that some of our conversations will go in terms of, we broke down this section sort of under measuring and tracking into this notion of direct, indirect, and cumulative, right? Asking the questions of, when you say direct benefits, what exactly do you mean by that, right? And asking the exact questions, you know, like, what would a community say is a direct benefit to them with respect to addressing this environmental injustice concern? And of course, you know, again, community members on our work group provided examples. I think water lines was one of the ones that came up. We had some concerns about, you know, yes, the state can fix the lead service lines up until the point of the home, but what happens within the home? Is that now a benefit because you're saying, okay, that the state has done its part, right, in fixing sort of what they own? What happens within that? And another example that came up was, you know, I think in Ohio, one of our NEJAC members works with low-income communities, and she mentioned that fixing rules, right, is something that's important within these communities. So is that going to be categorized as a sort of something that's going to be a benefit? And so we didn't name every single example, but we're pushing to ask what would be categorized as direct versus indirect benefits? How are we taking cumulative impacts into consideration, cumulative benefits into consideration? What are the measures that the EPA would put in place in order to measure those? But we went a step further to say that we want to hear from the EPA, but we also want the EPA to be wary of just naming benefits themselves, right? Because not that we don't trust the government or the bureaucracy, but we really want communities' voices to be in there so that there is that further level of accountability to say, okay, this is what communities believe would be a measure of direct, indirect, and cumulative benefits within their spaces. And so those were some of the things within the definition, but then there were also questions about tracking, like how are these outcomes tracked, right? So this is in our process. Again, we had more questions than answers for the EPA in this first stage. So those were some of the things that we were asking under those sections, and the measuring and tracking is tied to the mapping section, where we thought that a visualization tool would be a good starting point. But we don't just want a tool for the sake of just putting up a pretty canvas on the screen. It has to be something that's useful to the community, right? It has to be something that we can then point it and say, okay, EPA here in region 2, we see that these sets of communities have received grants, but we know either from public comments or from other documentation that there are these other communities that are facing these environmental harms. Why isn't funding going in there? How can we outreach to ensure that funding gets to those communities? So I'm not sure if that kind of gets to where to your question, Ted, but those were some of the conversations that we had around this section.
Perfect, thank you.
And we hear that more questions than answers, right? I think we grappled with that as well.
Yeah.
Ashley?
Yeah. Hi. Thanks, Carrie, and thank you, Dr. Baptiste. Such extraordinary work that you led, and I just wanted to underscore. I also was on the team that looked at the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund possibilities, strategies, structures, particularly looking at eligible projects, and then the potential structures through which capital flows into communities. So further to Marilyn Waite's comments just a moment ago, and this may have already happened, but I imagine that it would be really interesting for you to see this section of our slide deck that we presented that digs into some of those details. And then there's a lot more behind it, but there's so much overlap and potential integration where you could just get the first swath of all of our thinking over several months. Mm-hmm. And I know I would be available to follow up by phone call. I'm sure other team members would also, just to make sure that we're able to pass along everything that we uncovered and learned and codified in a relatively straightforward fashion.
Yeah, that's perfect. I'll follow up with you.
Could you say your affiliation, Ashley, for the record?
Oh, I apologize. Ashley Allen Jones, I2 Capital.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Ashley. It'll be great. Yes, if we can get that information shared with me or through Paula, our DFO, so that our work group has now sort of been dissolved. Because we have, advanced the letter, but I think that the work itself continues, because there is still interest among our NEJAC members on this. So I think that getting the information in front of us would be really helpful, especially as we're thinking about, continuing some of the conversations around funding with the IRA. And how we're thinking about implementing that and getting some money into the hands of EJ communities. So yes, I'd be very happy to see that and then to have some follow-up conversations. Thank you.
Well, the only thing I'll say at this point is I think there's a lot of areas of interest, a mutual interest between this advisory committee and what you all are doing and in NEJAC. In April, one of the things that we are trying to do is, because I know that you have an acting DFO, and we had initially worked with Fred, and I think, so one of the things that I'd like to do is make sure that we stay connected with you and try to find out more about the IRA work group that's being formed, and also to connect you with not only the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund deliverable, but also to do some of what Ashley is suggesting in terms of making some informal connections as well. But what I will commit to as a DFO, as a follow-up, is to formally engage with NEJAC and try to figure out how we could, in areas where we have mutual interest, what we could do with each other. And there's a formal process that we may want to get into in terms of perhaps convening joint work groups or having a separate charge that comes to this group from the ECR, and you got that right as well, Ashley. So it's a complicated acronym, but anyway, so I will leave it at that unless you have anything else to add, April, before we say goodbye, because I know you have to go to another engagement.
I do. Thank you so much for the time this morning. It was really rich, and thank you all for the work that you all are doing as well. We know it's a service of love, so thank each and every one of you for your service, and thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care.
Okay, now we're gonna turn to Rod Snyder, who's the agriculture advisor to the administrator Regan, and he actually is calling in from West Virginia, which I'm disappointed because I expect the ag advisor to always live in Region 7, but he's in Region 3 today. He has a speaking engagement and he has to drop off in about 15 minutes or so. So I will turn to you. But the only other thing that I want to say is that we have already had an initial engagement with Rod and Venus Welch White, who is the DFO for the Farm Ranchers Rural Communities Advisory Council. The other thing that I wanted to point out is that that council was just formed, I believe, and their first meeting was last week, and I suspect that that's something that Rod could tell us more about. So based on that, I think a lot of what Rod and I talked about was him giving more of a general areas of possible consideration, but not yet into the level of detail that, for instance, April got into, because they're already actually delivering products. But I think the FRCC is just getting started. So I'll turn to Rod.
That's right. Well, first of all, thank you all so much for the invitation to join you again. I enjoyed the conversation we had last spring, and I'm sorry to say that it's taken our committee a bit of time to get organized. So I hope you're not disappointed that I'm not going to have quite as much detail as Dr. Baptiste a moment ago, but I am excited about the direction that we're heading. And I think EFAB was mentioned multiple times during our meeting in that very same room last week, which I can get into a little bit of detail around. So let me just start by refreshing about what our committee is. The Farm, Ranch, and Rural Communities Federal Advisory Committee sits within the Ag Advisor's office, within the Office of the Administrator. It's been around now for about 15 years, although I would say it's had some fits and starts over that time. And the meeting that we held last week at the headquarters is actually the first in-person meeting of the FRRCC since 2016. I was doing some digging and realized that it had been quite a while since we brought the group together in person. So whereas I think you all have quite a good cadence going, we're just trying to kind of get our legs under us and are looking forward to more frequent meetings going forward. The administrator last spring did issue a new charge topic at the intersection of agriculture and climate change, which is in fact what I think Venus and I presented on when we were with you last year. And then the subsequent steps were to actually seat new members of the committee. And in November, Administrator Regan announced the appointment of a number of new members. We now have about 36. It's quite large now as compared to before, but we've got 36 members of the committee now seated. And then we did have our first kickoff discussion and meeting last week. Just really grateful that Ed Chu was available to join us remotely because we are also taking Deputy Administrator McCabe's charge very seriously to try to coordinate across federal advisory committees within the agency. And so we did kick off the meeting with a note about that. And then Ed presented a bit more about EFAB's mission. And I was glad that happened on the front end because really throughout the whole two-day meeting, there was quite a lot of talk about climate finance, which I'll get to in a moment, but it sort of was a bit of an underlying theme across the entire conversation. So some of the specific topics, I think for situational awareness, some of the specific topics that the committee received presentations on last week included, I'm just going to list them off because I think they're all somewhat relevant. EPA's climate adaptation planning process, which has been underway, and where there may be agricultural equities involved. Water and climate co-benefits with respect to certain agricultural conservation practices, water reuse, particularly in scarce regions for agricultural irrigation, biofuels policy as it relates to greenhouse gases, the GHG inventory and data needs as it relates to the agriculture and land use sector, methane capture from manure, food loss and waste, smart growth for rural communities, and then Inflation Reduction Act funding specific to climate change here at the agency. And then I think quite interestingly, we also received a presentation from USDA Undersecretary Robert Bonney about USDA's Inflation Reduction Act funding as it relates to climate smart agriculture, and as well as some of their additional climate smart commodity programs that they have underway that are outside of IRA. But that also helped to bring in sort of a whole of government, federal family perspective on this work as well. And so when we came to the end of the 2 days, the committee was asked to kind of come up with a list, and ended up being a long list. It ended up being around 10 to 12 different specific focus areas where they may choose to create work groups around to organize for at least the next 12 months, 6 to 12 months, but probably for the next year. Where the committee would divide into probably around 4 or so work groups and do some deeper dives to help then surface policy recommendations to the administrator in this area of agriculture and climate change. Climate finance is one of the topics that is specifically mentioned as one of the areas that committee members can sort of self-identify their interest in potentially serving on if we were to form such a work group. There was also, quite frankly, a lot of talk within the methane digester space, within the methane capture conversation around animal agriculture, around EFAB's interest in that work as well, from a finance perspective. So there are several areas in which, as the committee is going forward, it's quite possible that we could quite quickly, I think, come back to you all with some ways in which we may work together. This self-selection process and prioritization process for the work groups will be really just happening in the next few weeks. So I would say by the end of February, my hope is that we will have then identified at least those 4 deeper dive work groups. And then my gut tells me that there will be at least some element in which they may want to circle back quickly with this committee on some potential joint work. I can't really speak for the committee, but it did seem like, based on the way the conversation went last week, there was certainly just widespread interest in the finance conversations as a way to sort of accelerate progress in this area for the ag sector and for rural communities. So I think that's probably a good place for me to stop. And again, I don't have nearly the amount of detail as NEJAC, just because we are still in a table setting mode. But I think now that we have the new committee members named, and we have the work group selection process well underway, I think we're going to be able to get off to the races. I did, by the way, read with interest the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund recommendations that EFAB put forward to the administrator. I printed off a copy and have it at my desk. And I just want to say well done and appreciate at least the mention of agriculture within that document. And generally, we're just excited and look forward to working with you all going forward. And we will not have, our next in-person meeting will probably not be until summer. But the work groups we expect will be meeting as frequently as every 2 weeks once those topics are finalized next month. So with that, Ed, I will hand it back to you, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you for joining us, Rod. If you could stay, I think we have 9 minutes or so.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I'm going to turn it over to Carrie for questions and discussion.
Thank you. That was a great briefing to hear your progress, and congratulations on getting your board seated and starting to kick off your work groups. It looks like Marilyn and then Mariana.
So each time I should say my name. Okay, Marilyn Waite with the Climate Finance Fund. Thank you, Rod, for that overview. I guess I have a comment and a question. My comment is, I don't know if you're familiar with some work that was done jointly by Adesina Social Capital and the ETC group. But if not, I highly recommend it. It covers the climate agriculture nexus in depth from an investment perspective. And I guess related, I think you mentioned methane. I'm wondering if there's scope in the current work to cover nitrous oxide, and as the third most problematic greenhouse gas from a climate perspective, and if there's scope to cover parts of that supply chain, and how much can you kind of get into the corporate consolidation that's happening? I guess so. Yeah. So part comment, part question for you.
Yeah, so let me take those in order. So I have not actually seen that report from ETC, and I couldn't quite catch the other group, but I would love to look that up and take a read and even share it with the committee if it's relevant. So thank you for flagging that. The nitrous oxide absolutely came up throughout the discussion. I should have perhaps mentioned that, but it was embedded in other presentations, most specifically within the Office of Water's presentation about co-benefits of advanced nutrient management practices. I would say EPA is probably most directly funding non-point source water quality programs and projects through our 319 program within the Office of Water. But we know that there are N2O benefits with respect to advanced nitrogen management that farmers can take on through a variety of practices. We are increasingly being asked by some stakeholders and partners, including some states, but also from corporate partners that are interested in this work, including in the Chesapeake Bay and other key watersheds where there are TMDLs. If we can quantify the greenhouse gas and specifically N2O benefits that result from the water quality focused work. And that really led the committee to a discussion around sort of stacked benefits, co-benefits, and the fact that blending various pots of resources and money could help to get more practices on the ground through partnering with farmers, because there are both water quality and greenhouse gas outcomes that folks are looking for. So we heard from the Gulf Hypoxia Task Force and the Chesapeake Bay program. And N2O came up in quite heavily and centrally in both of those presentations. And then lastly, I don't think we got so much into corporate consolidation, but would be interested if there's a thread to pursue there, but I don't think it came up in our meeting last week.
Mariana, and then George, and just mindful of our time, we have 6 minutes with Rod.
Hi, this is Mariana Peavy with Idaho Department of Environmental Quality. I'm just curious if the group has also looked at the value of water in agriculture and climate change, and how agriculture is changing because there's so limited or there's so much drought issues.
Yes, the answer is emphatically yes. I think part of the challenge for EPA and for our advisory committee is that so much of the water use policy is driven at the state level, particularly if you look at water rights laws in the western U.S., where there are the most significant and acute challenges with drought. And so I think the committee is very interested in exploring what can EPA and the federal government do to provide some support, direction, guidance, funding, or whatever in the water use and water availability space. The committee did talk quite a bit about it last Wednesday. Most specifically, the water reuse program presented, at least as one tool, the opportunity to repurpose wastewater for agriculture irrigation. I actually went on a trip with the Water Office to Israel in November, just a few months ago, where nearly 90% of Israel's wastewater is actually repurposed for agricultural irrigation. That model is not going to work everywhere in the United States, in part because some of our most sort of widespread agricultural areas are well removed from urban areas where you have access to wastewater. But in some instances, it could be a tool. So that was one of the ways in which the committee began to unpack that question. There were some comments also about sort of aquifer recharge opportunities and things like this. So it's top of mind, and I think if there are some specific suggestions or solutions that we should be aware of, we are all ears, because it is a big problem.
Great. George, then Ashley, then Dave, if there's time.
Rod, thanks so much for coming back, and great to see you again. A couple things, and I'll be quick here. One of which is, as you saw, ag is in our PowerPoint in the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, and I think it's an important issue. One question that was raised in that context is, to what extent does ag fall in the low and disadvantaged community definition? And how does that interface? And I think that's an important issue for many folks in the ag context. Secondly, I raised it last time when you came. I've been actively working on pesticide registration under FIFRA and compliance with the Endangered Species Act. And that is an area that is, EPA is spending a lot of energy on. And I just raise it with respect to your group about giving some of that life. There's a lot of chemical folks that are interested in trying to comply with the Endangered Species Act and having a hard time doing it. And then the final thing is, and this is why I'm not in person, because I'm at the Colorado Water Congress, and I'm part of this water scarcity challenge out here in the Colorado River Basin. But one of the big things we've been looking at with some of the folks in the ag side of the equation is crop switching. Alfalfa is about 80% of the crop, and tremendous water use relative to that basin. And are there alternatives that are much better suited in a drought condition area like the Colorado Basin? And but the problem you have is you don't have the market, the structure. They're looking at things like Kern's Up, but I think that would be an interesting thing to bolster relative to the ag community. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thanks, George. And Ed, I can spare a few more minutes if you all can. This is a very interesting and rich conversation. So George, let me just take these each very quickly. I don't think we yet got into definitionally like how the Justice 40 initiative necessarily affects agricultural regions, but I think it's an interesting question and one that's quite important from a allocation of federal resources. It is, of course, no surprise that there are many rural communities around the United States that would be considered underserved and disadvantaged. It's, I think, then a question of how can resources be directed in such a way or quantified in such a way that where agriculture is benefiting from these programs, that it also can be counted towards that. And that I don't think we've even begun to tackle, but I think it's an important thing to note. On the ESA front, I'm personally quite engaged with our Office of Pesticide Programs on this. There's a little bit less of a direct connection to the climate change charge, so it did not come up in the context of the committee, but I could say the Ag Advisor's Office broadly is working on this issue, and I'm happy to talk to you offline about kind of where I see some of that going. What the committee did raise, and what it is one of the areas that they might form a work group around, is the fact that with the impacts of climate change, you see pest pressures evolving and other kinds of stressors, weed resistance and new introductions of disease that the agency from a regulatory perspective is going to have to be able to keep up with sort of reviewing and approving or advancing various new technologies and innovations in the crop protection space. That is a big challenge and something that the committee did discuss at length. And then on water scarcity, we didn't quite get into the specifics of crop switching or those conversations, but I think if there is a water work group formed, anything that's happening out in the West around potential solutions, we would like to just be aware of that. Of course, alfalfa is often mentioned as quite a thirsty crop, but to your point, it's not so easy to just say, we'll grow something else. That is a very much more complicated conversation. So happy to continue on all of those points going forward, George.
Great. Ashley and then Dave, and thank you, Rod, if you can spare a few more minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Rod, and I'll be quick. Ashley Allen Jones, I2 Capital. Really great to see you again, and it's so exciting to see the what are the acronym? What is the acronym again?
FRRCC, and it's a terrible acronym. It's terrible.
FRRCC, get going again, and so I just wanted to put a placeholder in, Rod, that I'm the chairman of a fund not wearing my EPA hat of a blended finance fund that was awarded a Climate Smart Commodities grant from USDA.
Great.
And one of your new members, Lindsay Reams, who's Director of Sustainability for Maryland Virginia Milk, is part of that project. So and I know there's tons of overlap everywhere, but that just is such an obvious place where we have two committee members from each of these two committees that are working on, directly right now today with other colleagues, Field to Market, many others, but on the specific things that you pointed out, right? Carbon, water, stacking, quantification, funding, finance, all of these messy questions. And so I think there's a really ripe opportunity, and I'm enthusiastic about it. So
thanks for mentioning that, Ashley. And Lindsay Reams was called upon during the Chesapeake Bay program's presentation about sort of stacking benefits, as well as the interest from corporate partners like Hershey's and Land O'Lakes. Lindsay talked about what it's like to sort of be in that supply chain and be working with farmers to help deliver some of those benefits. And then she did mention that they were part of the USDA project as well. So we heard directly from Lindsay on that last week, and are looking forward to learning more.
Awesome.
Great.
Thanks.
Hi, Rod. Thanks. This is Dave Wagner from Wolpert Engineering and the National Academy of Sciences, and thanks for your presentation today. I'll preface this by saying I'm from the West, and George is way ahead of me on the questions, but there is one specifically that I want to focus on. We're in our 23rd year of drought in the Colorado River Basin. Mm-hmm. Over 80% of our water goes to agriculture. So I'm really glad that your committee stood up now and is working on this issue. Our rural communities are being stressed. I'd love to hear a little bit more on your thoughts on where you mentioned specifically smart growth for rural communities. We're fighting the opposite, how not to lose our rural communities because of cropping change patterns, loss of groundwater, loss of surface water, just the general demise of small ag in particular. And I'm just wondering, where do you see your subgroup or work groups focusing on when you talk about smart growth for rural communities? Thank you.
It's a great question. And, the reason why that topic specifically was added to the agenda last week was because our new chair, I should mention the new leadership of our committee, Dr. Beth Sauerhoff from American Farmland Trust is our new chair. And Dr. Raymond Changay from Tuskegee University is our new vice chair. Both fantastic folks that are bringing, I think, some fresh energy and perspectives to the committee. Dr. Sauerhoff from AFT, because of American Farmland Trust's mission on particularly around preserving farmland, but then also lots of other areas like climate as well, she said that one of the concerns that they have seen in rural communities is that prime farmland is often or can be repurposed for other renewable energy projects, for example, solar, but without thought for how that impacts food production and preserving our best acreage for continuing to produce crops. And so the reason we had a smart growth slot on the agenda was to try to tease that out a bit more about how you sort of moved, how you advance the green economy, but also ensure that agricultural production can thrive in areas where it should be. But I do think there are far more questions to explore than that. There are several members of the committee that do seem perhaps most interested in the rural community intersect, but we haven't begun to unpack every issue that could be at play there. So there's probably not a whole lot more I can say yet. But if there is a work group formed around the intersection of climate and rural communities, that's the space where some of those things would be raised that you just mentioned. And look, I'm calling in from West Virginia today, which is a state that has lost more population than any other in the entire country. It's my home state, and so I'm very aware of population contraction and some of the concerns in rural America where you've got sort of depleted infrastructure and whatnot as a result of that. So certainly it's front of mind, it's top of mind, but we haven't gotten that far down the road yet in the conversation.
Thank you, Rod. And you are excused for going back to your home state rather than being in Region 7. Anyway, we'll see you out there soon, and best of luck with your talk today.
Thank you, Ed.
for joining.
Okay,
and we'll follow up.
Okay, very good.
Our next speaker is Dr. Jalan White Newsom from the White House Council on Environmental Quality. Oh, there she is. We see you. And she is the Senior Director for Environmental Justice at the Council on Environmental Quality, and she advises the CEQ chair, as well as the president on environmental justice issues. And I think she joined the administration last year. And I know that there's a bio available for her, but I will just tell you that she's from Michigan, which I have a deep love for that state as well. That's where I spent my college years. So anyway, We asked CEQ to come and talk to you all about the White House Environmental Justice Advisory Committee, because I think that was a request that was made. And we were really delighted to have Jalan to join us for a short conversation. I think we're running a bit late. I hope you could stay for a few more minutes after our time's up, Jalan. And welcome. And I'm going to turn it over to you now. And then after your presentation, if you could stay on for some questions and perhaps some discussions, that would be just fabulous if you could do that.
All righty. Well, good morning, everyone. Just confirming you can hear me okay? If I can get a thumbs up or whatever. All right. Awesome. Okay, good. Well, thank you so much, Mr. Chu, for the opportunity to really share some brief updates on the administration's efforts to advance environmental justice. And I really want to start out by acknowledging Chairperson Carrie O'Neill and all the members of the Environmental Finance Advisory Board. Thank you for your service and advice that you are providing EPA on a range of issues from stormwater management, brownfields, and et cetera. So much appreciation. I tell you, I've had the privilege to be in this role as the Senior Director of Environmental Justice for the Council on Environmental Quality for 7 months. And I remain excited and energized because this administration has taken on environmental justice in a way that I think hasn't been amplified before. And again, we are committed to continuing to figure out ways to reduce the burdens and harms on communities, to institutionalize environmental justice across our agencies, and most importantly, deliver investments. But moreover, I would say my passion and advocacy and research related to environmental justice didn't start with this administration. It's been something I've been digging into since elementary school. So what I typically say is that this is more than work to me, but it's more of a ministry. So I am very excited to be in this space. So as many of you know, and I never assume, because I wasn't sure what CEQ's role was before I got here. Our role is to advise the president on environmental issues, very simply. And we were actually created out of the National Environmental Policy Act of 1969, and we are led by Chair Brenda Mallory. And again, our team continues to provide policy and guidance on issues of sustainability, of water, plastics pollution, conservation, NEPA, and of course, environmental justice. So our teams, of course, work very hard with our federal agency partners to deliver on a couple of things that I'll just highlight. The first ever climate and economic justice screening tool, better known as CJIS, which is a geospatial mapping tool that helps our federal agencies and partners identify disadvantaged communities to make sure that, again, they receive the benefits of federal programs that are trying to reach communities that have been overburdened with pollution, disinvested, et cetera. So that's hugely important. We're going to be soon releasing also the first ever environmental justice scorecard, which is going to really provide a baseline understanding of how our federal agencies are advancing environmental justice. And so typically I want to clarify, because we've seen some things in the news, that when we say scorecard, we're not giving a grade, we're not comparing agencies. This first scorecard will truly be a collection of information to create that baseline from which we will build on from that. So stay tuned for that. And of course, advancing the Justice 40 initiative, which is really focused on delivering 40% of the overall benefits of federal climate, clean energy, affordable and sustainable housing, and clean water and other investments to disadvantaged communities. And it's not just about delivering those investments, but for me, it's the culture change that's necessary across the federal government and the White House to make sure that what we're doing now will be sustainable. And this will not just be something as a part of this administration, but how we write policy, what questions we ask, particularly as it relates to advancing EJ, is important. So those are just some of the main work streams, but there are many more things happening. And so I just want to acknowledge that Friday, will be the 2-year anniversary of Executive Order 14008, which is called Tackling the Climate Crisis at Home and Abroad. And so this executive order charged CEQ with all of the streams of work that I mentioned before, but also created 2 White House environmental justice bodies. One being our White House Environmental Justice Interagency Council, better known as the IAC, and this is comprised of the heads of federal agencies as well as designated EJ officers within each agency that are charged with advancing EJ across the government. So that's the IAC. Then, of course, through this executive order, the first ever White House Environmental Justice Advisory Council, the WEJAC, is comprised of EJ leaders and experts, again, that advise the IAC as well as the chair of the Council on Environmental Quality, CEQ, on ways to increase the federal government's efforts to advance environmental justice. So those 2 bodies were created in that executive order, which is so critical. So for our brief time together, I was asked to speak on a couple of things. So I'm going to try and cover the structure of the WEJAC, the contributions of the WEJAC, and the future of the WEJAC and possible collaborations with this body. So let's start with the structure, because I think that's super important because every FACA is different. So at this time, we have 25 WEJAC members that have been serving on this FACA for the last 2 years. We have 2 chairs and 2 co-chairs, and the purpose of the WEJAC is to provide recommendations to both CEQ and the IAC. So the membership is 2 years, and we actually recently completed just last week a period of accepting letters of interest from the public to be considered for this presidentially appointed FACA. So that period closed last week, and we are going to begin our review of those interest forms now with the hopes of appointing new members to this FACA sometime this year. So the WEJAC itself has 7 working groups that are focused on the following topics: the Environmental Justice Scorecard Work Group, a Climate Work Group, a Climate and Economic Justice Screening Tool, CJIS Work Group, a Justice 40 Work Group, an Indigenous Peoples and Tribal Nations Work Group, and an Environmental Justice Executive Order Work Group. All right, so we have all these folks that are working on those different streams. And so based on the charges or the ask for each of those work groups, the WEJAC provides recommendations, again, to IAC and CEQ. So CEQ's role within the WEJAC, of course, is to provide guidance and support and be that connective tissue to the White House. We have a member of our EJ team that actually sits on each of these work groups, again, to identify key resources, have that connection, help shape in any way the information needed to create those recommendations, and then really help bring in any coordination or support from our IAC members, our federal partners, into the loop. We also work very closely, of course, with our EPA folks, our EPA friends who serve as the designated federal officers, the DFO, for the WEJAC, in planning the 4 public meetings that the WEJAC puts forth each year. So that's a little bit about the structure. Hopefully that's helpful. I'm going to move into the contributions of the WEJAC very quickly. So over the last 2 years, the WEJAC has been invaluable in that they have provided substantive recommendations that have really shaped how we've moved with the Justice 40 initiative, with the EJ scorecard, and with the CJIS, our Climate and Economic Justice Screening Tool. And so they continue to be, again, key partners in ensuring that we have a level of transparency with our work, but that we actually make every effort possible to engage with the public so they can, again, help shape the things that we are doing, particularly through request for information processes that really helped, again, guide and shape the CJIS and the scorecard. So the WEJAC members also continue to amplify the importance of education and engagement, particularly as it relates to the Justice 40 initiative. So again, their comments and their recommendations were really the impetus for really us embarking on a couple of efforts last year. One, having a Justice 40 Week in Action, again, held in the summer, I think, of 2022 last year, to really, again, begin to talk about Justice 40, get the word out there and educate, which is so important, of how folks can actually connect with these resources. And then we also had a set of Justice 40 in Action webinars last fall that, again, were really focused on engaging our stakeholders, our EJ leaders, and others that are, again, trying to unpack and demystify what Justice 40 means. So, again, these are things that, again, I think came out of the impetus of the WEJAC pushing us to educate and engage more, and they continue to keep us on our toes. So I think also what's important is that WEJAC members also raise up issues that continue to be brought up in our public meetings. And that's important because they have the opportunity to, again, either shape recommendations from what we're hearing from the public meetings, which if you haven't been to a public meeting, I encourage you to come. They're usually 4 to 5 hours long, but again, is a reminder of why this work is so important. But from those public meetings, the WEJAC members, again, amplify and raise up issues that continue to be shared by the public. And that's an opportunity to create a work group, start a conversation, or again, engage with our ISC members to find out more. So again, all of those pieces are super important, and the WEJAC has just been, immensely, we're just grateful to their service and contribution. So I'll move lastly to the future of WEJAC. And I guess I'll re-emphasize that we are very excited about all things WEJAC. And there's really 3 goals for us, I would say, at CEQ for 2023. One is expanding the membership. And so, as I mentioned earlier, we are really excited about potentially adding some new members with new expertise and experience. And we're starting to analyze those letters of interest. Secondly, we are really trying to provide more opportunities for both our WEJAC and our IAC to come together. For the first time last year, we were able to bring those bodies together in person and have a conversation and really figure out how to align and, kind of reinforce each other's work as the IAC has its own committee structure and the WEJAC has a work group structure. But of course, there are overlaps and layers that we need to explore. So again, we are going to continue to emphasize those points of collaboration and connection. And third, I would say we are really trying to figure out, how we bring in new opportunities for partnership, because, we look forward to, again, our continued partnership with EPA, particularly our EPA DFOs that are so supportive to WEJAC, but are there other entities and organizations that we need to be reaching out to that can help shape and inform some of the work and the recommendations that come out of the WEJAC? And so I think that's where, in closing, we have an opportunity with you all. And so what I would love to, maybe hear from you all, if there are particular things that you have an interest in, connecting with the WEJAC on further. We actually have a steering committee tonight, the first one of the year. So I'm going to definitely take back this conversation and see if, what interest, and make sure folks know that the EFAB exists. And then, let's just continue conversation. So I'm going to shut my mouth right now, and I hope that was a little bit helpful. And I look forward to whatever discussion. I can hang on for about 8 more minutes, but we can always, touch bases again. So thanks so much. I'll turn it back to you, Ed.
Well, thank you for joining us. And I'm going to turn it over to our chair, Carrie O'Neill, to moderate the discussion.
Great. Thank you so much for giving us that briefing. And the charges that this FAC has been involved in over the last couple of years, there's been a really strong theme around disadvantaged communities, underserved communities, environmental justice communities. How do we flow investment there? And it's been this through line that's been really growing and growing, and particularly was present in the most recent Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund charge sprint that we just completed. So I think, let me just open it up to the members here to see if anybody would like to comment. Craig Holland.
Excuse me, Craig Holland, Nature Conservancy for the record. So wonderful to see you, Jalan. Congratulations on your new role. Jalan was an amazing advisor and thought leader when she was at the Kresge Foundation, working very closely with TNC and the programs that we stood up in urban centers around the country. So, yes, thank you. Wonderful to see you again. And for those board members that have not had the pleasure of working with CEQ, because I know that it was quite active during the Obama administration, maybe not so much during the Trump administration. It ran many years ago, the National Disaster Resilience Competition, which was an incredible collaboration among many federal agencies to bring forth resilience directly to communities around the country and in partnership with the Rockefeller Foundation and other foundations that sponsored that work. And I would say that one of the things that CEQ did brilliantly across that work was to convene communities and various partners around direct solutions in communities. So now I'm thinking about how that kind of tracks with the work and the recommendations, or sorry, the options that we provided in our report around the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. And there's a lot of work that we need to do in a very short amount of time over the next 18 months to bring a variety and diverse stakeholders to the table to think through the options of how best to deploy that money through various structures. And I think CEQ would be a wonderful hub to facilitate a lot of that dialogue and bring those partners to the table. Everyone likes an invitation to the White House, right? That definitely gets people excited to come to DC. So I would encourage you, Jalon, in your new capacity to think through the ways in which we as a board can support you in getting folks to the table to think through the various programmatic and funding options through the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund that CEQ could help facilitate, similar to the way that it worked in the National Disaster Resilience Competition, which in my mind was incredibly successful and just a wonderful experience as someone who was a participant. So thank you.
I don't know if I can comment real quick. So thanks so much, Craig, and it is good to see you again. And I say to a lot of folks, CEQ doesn't have too much power. We can't enforce or regulate, but we can convene people and like you say, bring folks to the White House to have a conversation. So definitely look forward to figuring out how we can support that. I think we're bringing together folks on so many different things, whether it be Justice 40 or IRA, whatever. So let's definitely talk about that. So thanks for that.
Great. Gwen Keys-Fleming. Can you press your...
Okay. Gwen Keys-Fleming, DLA Piper for the record. Jalon, it's great to see you. And again, I join all the others in congratulating you on your role here. Kind of building off of what you just talked about in terms of the White House's convening power. Understandably, this administration and the WEJAC and CEQ has been focused on communities, environmental justice communities. But in looking at the power to convene, are there any plans or has there been any thought about convening the private sector, the regulated community? I know many of them want to be partners in this work, as I'm sure many around this table already are. And so I'm just wondering, is there a space and opportunity for them to at least hear from communities directly and possibly even engage through the White House or at their direction to be part of the solutions?
Thank you, Ms. Fleming, and so appreciate that. And here's the thing, we're not going to be able to advance our EJ agenda if we don't have everybody at the table, including private industry. So I think where there are opportunities to do that even more, we need to create those. And so in addition to, for example, folks showing up at the WEJAC public meetings, which we usually get a broad swath of folks from EJ leaders to private industry, to nonprofits, whatever, that's one place. But I think we can and we should think about, more intentional engagement. And I can't say too much now, but hopefully in the next month, we will be sharing some opportunities for that intentional engagement, particularly in places in communities where there are legacy EJ concerns, where it's going to take not only a whole of government approach, but a whole of community approach to really address some of the embedded injustices in these places. So I wholeheartedly agree. If y'all have ideas of when and where and how to convene people in ideal time, I'm totally open to that. Because that's we're not going to be able to do this just with the government and our EJ leaders. We need everybody. So thank you for that.
That's great. Gwen?
Gwen Yamamoto Lau, Hawaii Green Infrastructure Authority. Thank you so much. It's so exciting to hear all the practical activities that's going on. I'm curious, I'm not sure what your funding is to, I don't know if it's 2 years, 6 years, hopefully decades more to come, but I'm curious is what does success look like for you?
Gwen, I so appreciate that question. What I would say right now, top of mind for me, and I say this to my team all the time, my vision for our EJ team is that we embed environmental justice so deeply into the fabric of the White House and our federal agencies that EJ is no longer an afterthought. So while right now is important, it's after I leave as a political appointee, that's even more important. So for me, what success looks like is that we have policies and practices and people in places to sustain this work. It can't just be, a part of the political appointees agenda. You have to have career folks. You have to have FTEs within these agencies to continue to move these work streams. So one of the successes will be making sure that we have that sustainability built in not only to the White House, but into all of our federal agencies to make sure this stuff continues to move beyond us. So to me, that is prime. The second thing is that, it is so important, and I say this all the time, and I even said it when I was on the outside, the notion of accountability, right? And so we have some opportunities to really enhance accountability. So when we think about, and I think I used to dream about and write about having an environmental justice scorecard when I was on the other side and working with a community-based environmental justice organization. And so really thinking about how to use these tools and these things that we're setting up to not only create that transparency with the folks that we serve, the public, but also to hold our feet to the fire. So, as we think about what we're going to receive from this first scorecard, this baseline, this will actually give us the kind of the first, set of information to begin to build from, where we need to get stronger, where we need to put in more emphasis or more resources. So I am really excited about setting up accountability processes, not only for CEQ, but for our federal agencies, so we can continue to show that, again, we are making progress and really also highlight the areas where we need to do more. So, I could probably go on for days, but those are like the top two things for me: sustainability and then being accountable, because I think that is what so many communities deserve. And so, I'll stop there.
That's great. Well, I know that you have to go. We thank you so much for briefing us on this work. I think this committee is very much, excited and interested in figuring out how we can work together and support your work. And the issues that you've raised are ones that definitely resonate with us. Thank you.
And Jalon, thank you very much for coming on short notice. Yes. And I will definitely follow up with the DFO and WEJAC for future collaboration with you as well as the team there. Thank you.
Awesome. And I'm just going to let you know, Ed, it is snowing here in Michigan. All the schools are closed. And so it's a wonderful Michigan Wonderland. So again, looking forward to
I seem to recall not only the snow, but Craig is also in the room. So the shades of gray that I recall in Ann Arbor always. So I enjoy, and hopefully you can make the flights will take off in Detroit and bring you back. I know you're coming back this week. So
yeah.
Thank you for joining.
Y'all take care. Have a great day.
All right.
Okay, that concludes the morning session on the committee coordination. And so I think we had planned a break. So I think it's time for us to take a short break. But
when are we coming back?
Just one announcement that we do have lunch for you all. So your captive audience again. So don't think about running off. And the other thing that I wanted, since you have some time now to kind of network and have some conversations amongst yourself again, to start, Carrie and I are going to start thinking about the dates and the location for our next meeting. And as you know, this, I don't know what to call it, the summer fall meeting, is that what we call it?
The next in-person meeting.
Yeah. So next,
we may have
other virtual meetings, but next in-person meeting, you'll recall last time I asked for some offer of a location because then our Denver colleagues hosted us out in Denver last time. And so if you could sort of have some conversations and offer up, if you leave it to us, we'll probably go to the hottest place at the hottest time because that'll be the best economically for us. So anyway, so if you could start thinking about that. And also the other thing is that I know the travel is an issue for many of you, really busy all the time. And Carrie just lamented to me that she doesn't want to be traveling back and forth across the country all the time. So we want to plan this ahead of time, so that you can actually put us in your planning process. So, because we would love to see you outside DC, because the other thing that we're trying to do for next meeting is, I had some conversations with members about actually having some site visits and so on, so that it'll be more than just an inside the hall kind of agenda going forward. So.
Yeah. So start thinking about your dates and conferences, when conferences tee up.
Right. And fall's a very busy time for conferences.
It does make me wonder whether we should do it, right after Labor Day, before the conference season starts up. Yeah. So give that some thought and give us some input on that. All right. So what is our plan? Are we breaking for lunch and then we'll come back after lunch, or what are we doing?
I don't think lunch is here yet.
But are we coming back?
Lunch is here?
No, lunch is not here. Yeah.
Okay, lunch is not here.
Given the agenda, what are we doing? Are we taking a longer break?
Yeah, I think my suggestion is we take about a 20-minute break and come back and then
do some more.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So 20 minutes. We'll see everybody back at 11:25 Eastern.
Thank you all. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We are going to get to the chair's corner.
We're going to flip the agenda
item, and because we're going to try to get through the chair's corner before lunch, so that when we come back from lunch, we can talk about the other parking lot items and then adjourn so that the exploratory work group could continue. And before I do that, though, I do want to remind everyone that this is a public meeting, and it turns out that there's one member of public in the room. Could you raise your hand, please? There she is. So I just wanted to make sure, because when we're having offside conversations and so on, I just wanted to make sure that you're all aware that this is in fact a public meeting. So, all right. Anything else?
No,
Terry,
let's get started.
Okay.
So I think as I mentioned yesterday, what I wanted to do with the chair's corner is to have a discussion as a board on this through line that we've been seeing over the last several charges around disadvantaged communities, under-resourced communities, EJ communities, and how we get investment to them. I think there were some comments today and yesterday about how is funding getting to new communities? How do we get it to new communities? And so I wanted to see as a board if we wanted to explore whether we felt there was a charge there for us to find the right EPA client that would allow us to kind of dive deeper into some of these issues. And I really think under the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund charge we just came through, a lot of this came to light. Hearing Dr. Baptiste and just the extraordinary work that they're doing feels like a lot of overlap there as well. And it was interesting to hear Faisal yesterday, kind of like two things that he said. It kind of, like, paraphrasing, breaks my heart if I hear disadvantaged communities aren't going after funding because it's too hard to work with us. And I think many of us who are practitioners in the room know that is absolutely the case. Like, absolutely, that is what's happening out there across a range of federal programs, not just EPA programs. And at the same time saying, open to ideas to how to make it easier, but, oversight, accountability, acute oversight in this current environment. So what does that mean? And so I wonder, and I posit for discussion, is there a way that we can be helpful to elicit ideas, changes, examples of whether it's state or other federal agency programs where changes have been made that do allow funding to flow to new communities in a way that has appropriate oversight? Is there a way to think about how to partner with, whether it's NEJAC or WEJAC or some combination on charges? And is the client the CFO's office? Is the client the EJECR, or maybe combined. So let me pause there and see if we could elicit some conversation. And before I do, is there anything you want to say from a framing perspective as our DFO, as our fearless DFO?
I think the one thing that I just said to someone during break is that, the reason that at the end of the day yesterday I pointed you to our standard operating procedure is that there is a protocol for this advisory committee, like all other advisory committees, to identify your priorities as well. You heard the farm, ranch, and rural communities, NEJAC and WEJAC doing the same. This committee has always tended to be focused on charge questions that came, because you can see the enormous amount of work that comes along with that. And so I think as these threads come out from these other projects, and particularly projects that you see as multimedia, what we sort of
an EPA term,
which just means that it's not stovepipe. Is that also an EPA management term? so those areas we can identify, and the only process that we have to go through is that if there are projects that you're interested in, or set of recommendations that advice that you're interested in pursuing, it could just be simply letters from the board, or the other alternative is to find our charge office and a client to do that. So and that's why I think the mention of ECR or OCFO, our Chief Financial Officer, is a good one, because if there are certain issues that you tee up that may be of interest to those offices, we could try to find a client to take that on with us. And the reason that that's important as a matter of process is that because this is your valuable time that you're volunteering with us, that you don't want to spend a lot of time that EPA can't do something about, or don't think of it as a priority. That's why we have these exploratory groups to find out there's a synergy between what you're interested in and what the agency could actually do. And I think we just had an experience, a recent experience. I'm trying to remember, Craig could talk about a recent experience that we had. And I think Craig, and I don't recall who the other member, Ted Hennepin, who's not here, had a charge that they were very interested in. But I think after exploring with a potential client, I think it evolved into something that's very different. Maybe you should just say something about this process.
Craig Holland, Nature Conservancy for the record. We brought a charge to think through ways in which EPA could drive market-based language through the MS4 permitting process. And it went to the Office of Water. It ultimately wound up in a subset of the Office of Water that was the liaison group to the Department of Transportation, where EPA thought it was most appropriate to sit, given that mitigation activities around stormwater are most prevalent within MS4 permits for state DOTs. So I would say actually, ultimately, it was a good process. It took a really long time to find the appropriate people, and I won't go into all the details of the back and forth to find those folks. But
it wasn't actually ultimately a charge. It was a process.
It wasn't a charge. The team that actually recently just published a report that was sort of based on us sort of pressing for this issue to get resolved at the state level with EPA's guidance. Did recently, I mentioned this yesterday, recently did publish a compendium of case studies and guidance specifically around this issue. Yeah. So the resolution was good, but it wasn't a charge. It wasn't a charge, and it wasn't a process that we would formally go through as a board.
Yeah. So it's a little bit of a cautionary tale of how we work as a board. And so, we don't have to have a client, but I think we also, from the last 3 charges, have seen the benefit of having a really engaged client in our work process and our work product. It makes for a really powerful work product. And so that, is something just for us to consider. So Dennis, I know you've been waiting patiently.
Sure, Dennis Randolph, City of Kalamazoo. And I guess the question of how you get money out is spread around. I think that's a great idea. In working with different counties and cities over my career, what I found, in order to go after federal money, I needed 2 things. First, I always needed somebody from the engineering side of my brain to come up with really what solution we were going to go after, because a lot of people will say, I've got a problem, but we have to put it in terms of something that we can actually engineer and build in the end. So you need a way to do that. Technical assistance to do that is almost visionary, but on the practical side, every university has a senior class, and they're always looking for a project that can design and help folks. That's just an example of how I've done it in some places. But once we had the vision, once we said we need a pipe to go from here to here, or we need a trickling filter, or whatever we wanted to build, then we needed to be able to go after the money. And that was a different, in some places I had to do both pieces. In some places, right now where I am, I don't have to do both pieces. I got a grant writer who knows how to write a grant. But it's not rocket science to write a grant. It's knowing how to write. It's knowing how to follow directions from an FOI or whatever is out there. And so we need to be able to help communities do both of those things. And we need to, if nothing else, from our EPA's level, from this high level, we want to be able to have communities do that themselves. It isn't that hard. It's just learning processes, whether it's the engineering or the grant work. My concern always is that in terms of technical assistance, we just send in a team, go to a community and ruffle all the feathers and get something out and then go away. And in the end, nobody learned anything except that this was a really bad experience and I'm never going to apply for federal grant again. And that's what I really worry about when we talk about technical assistance. So I think we need to find somebody who is an agency or whatever department that's willing to understand that the engineering can be done. It doesn't take a big multi-million-dollar consulting firm or someone with 17 PhDs to do it. They need some guidance. And it's the same thing with the money. We need for people to understand that when you write a federal grant application, you talk federalese, right, and you have to learn the language. But once you learn it, you're set for a long time. And I think we need to find folks who want to pass that particular philosophy or idea set along.
And one other piece to that as well is if you get the federal money, you have to report, and there's a compliance angle. And so I do think that's another big piece of the puzzle that inhibits folks from applying. Like, I don't want to take on that burden. I'm scared of that burden, the single audit and the cost.
And I think people often hear these stories, but I ran a small organization. And there was one year I had 7 different auditors come through my organization looking at federal money. The Corps of Engineers, the Highway Department, everybody and their brother came through an audit. And you know what? We survived the year and everything was fine. And the auditors all said, you did it right. It's because maybe it's hard to say. You need to engender an organization, not to have a bunch of crooks. Yeah. And that's, I don't know how you do that. But part of the problem we have to face or deal with is that people are so afraid because of the horror stories they heard. They don't hear about all the success stories that have been out there. And maybe that's, again, something that at our level we can promote because we can find the folks who've been successful. And
you've been in cities and municipal government. We've also heard from EJ communities, which are government adjacent. And so I think that's another factor consideration for us as well. Bill and then Sanjeev.
Bill Stanner with Reptile Financial Consultants. Kara, yeah, I appreciate your comments regarding this issue relative to getting the money out to communities, particularly disadvantaged communities and those that are might be first timers in accessing funding. And frankly, this has been something that's been discussed by just about every trade association in the water and wastewater area and other ancillary organizations over the last, let's say, year. Just almost regularly, that's an item on their agenda to talk about. How do we get money out and what's the most efficient way to do it? But I just wonder also, maybe as a precursor to that, on one hand, the EPA is doing needs surveys to help determine what is the level of need at a pretty high level, but it's something that is important information. But as a corollary to that, with being a kind of a data person, I like to have data to deal with, but look at, can we gather data on how things are actually doing, how much money is going out to how many communities, and where is this money being distributed, and where are the shortcomings? So even I always think about disadvantaged communities.
Like we heard from, was it Wendy yesterday, who was giving us the rundown of dollars that had flown through,
and maybe even get down to the regional and state levels as well. Is there a way that this group, EFAB, could help collaborate with EPA to define the best data framing to get that information and how to present that?
Potentially, that was a big theme, right? The data, the measurement, the transparency.
And kind of get the baseline, so then we can measure from what's working and what kind of successes are we generating.
Right. I should have, on the WEJAC scorecards, that baselining, is that going to, does that include like where the investments are flowing?
I don't know. Yeah, and I think that's one of the, another common thread, right?
The scorecarding.
Scorecarding and tracking. And I think
where dollars are actually
April
flowing.
Also talked about that as well.
Sanjeev?
Hi guys, Sanjeev Sinha with ECT. The one nice thing about having 9 different charges that we are going to be discussing in the afternoon is that there is some flavor of the ice cream for everybody. And I think the comment that you were making earlier, I think that's a very important topic that we should consider looking into. But the charge 3, improving efficiency of implementing EPA funding, comes pretty close to it. So maybe if we have leeway in slightly modifying the charge as it is written to incorporate what you have, you basically kill 2 birds with one stone.
Yeah, so great comment, Sanjeev, and something that I was going to tee up when, as you all in the afternoon go off and start continue those conversations. So another approach to this question could be start with water, but maybe continue it on, because it does have multimedia, it goes across the agency, but it could be a way to start and dig in, even deeper, building on the work of the last couple of charges, and then imagine a continuation. That's another strategy to think about. Great idea. And
if I may just on this issue, I think there's so many places in the EPA that this issue lands, right? We talked about EJA, ECR, Water Office is interested in this, OCFO.
P2 it came up.
Yeah, P2 it came up. And so I think the question is, are there things that that you would want to consider that is really cross-cutting?
Agency-wide.
Like the accountability, when FISO was talking about, is cross-cutting set of issues, right? Not just relevant to water. And then, of course, not just the accountability, but what are some of the barriers? Now, in terms of, you hear about people applying to grants.gov. They have to enter. That's not just a water issue, right? So I think there are some threads that goes
It's the
across.
application process, the scoring process, the contracting process. There are the, and some of that there are constraints. Understand legislatively, but it's a great idea. Margot, then Colleen, then Gwen.
Thank you, Carrie. So thinking about the tracking.
Your name?
Oh, sorry, Margot Kane, Spring Point Partners. Talking about the improving efficiency point, and also I think sustainable technical assistance. We're talking a lot about like how do you build connections, then how do you follow the flow of funds and relationships between EPA and communities? And I think there's a lot of intermediation that happens, right? And I think one of the things that I know that I struggled with when we were working on the GHGRF conversation is I don't think we can act as if the intermediaries don't exist. And they fall into two, like, very different camps. There's government intermediaries at state, county, and municipal levels, and even at utility levels. And then there's intermediaries in the nonprofit and for-profit space, like much of the intermediaries we've been talking about for this GRF funds that are going to be increasingly a part of the EPA ecosystem as a result. And those intermediaries also have critical roles to play and are actually there because, in some cases, they've developed those connections to community. So I would suggest that when we, when we're looking at how are we tracking accountability and impact and who has the tie-in to communities like that, a lot of the burden of that information gathering will actually live in the intermediary space. So
Yes.
What does EPA require of its grantees on behalf of the communities that we're trying to reach? Because the direct line, EPA to community, doesn't actually happen.
Right.
And I feel like that's a bit of a rabbit hole we can get lost down.
Or an underleveraged kind of acknowledgement and opportunity. Let's think about how to lift up the role of intermediaries that truly are connected to communities in a way that supports long-term capacity building, co-creation, all the things that are important from an environmental justice
Right, and gets to some of these questions
and takes
around
away the burden of, do I want to the single audit, or can you have the single audit?
Yes.
Yeah, no, that's great. That's great. I think it's also important for us to, let's remind ourselves when we do say communities, it could be a city, it could be a county, it could be a utility, it could be an NGO, it could be a group of citizens that have identified a problem that are trying to figure out how to solve that problem, and they don't have a formal affiliation yet. So it is important for us to remind ourselves of all the ways in which we use communities. Colleen?
Colleen Kokos. I'm with Environmental Liability Transfer. Before I joined the private sector, I was in the public sector. I worked at New Jersey DEP, primarily in the brownfields program. And brownfields and this whole EJ discussion are, they're often, one and the same. You find them often in these overburdened, underserved communities. So I draw from that experience, and they've had technical, and Ed mentioned this, they've had technical assistance grants that are administered by 5 different entities across the country. They do grant writing workshops. They don't necessarily help you through the whole process, but that definitely, we wouldn't have to recreate the wheel. It's not the panacea, but there are a lot of places to start, at least with getting those first timers in the door, and perhaps focus on those and helping them at least with grant writing. The flip side of that, we heard too from Bill and Margot, is this whole accountability and looking at statistics and how much have we done, what has it gotten us? And I'll tell you, from applying for grants and administering grants, it's a difficult hurdle to get over. And oftentimes where you think sort of you could outsource some of that help through your grant funds, oftentimes your hands are tied with perhaps administrative costs are capped.
Yeah.
But definitely I think that there are a lot of technical assistance programs that are already out there that we could certainly tap into.
Well, and you raise an interesting point on things like administrative costs being capped as a burden. We know that many universities get federal grants and tend to have a very large overhead rate. Why do we not allow our nonprofits to fund what they need to do to comply? So it is an interesting question as to whether we can kind of tease out those barriers. Gwen and then Craig. Oh wait, okay. Can you, is your,
Is that better?
bring it.
it was a virtual participant.
Okay. To all my virtual colleagues, my apologies. I was in your space just a couple of hours ago. Gwen Keys Fleming, DLA Piper for the record. I do hope we can fashion a way to have this charge brought, and I do think the most likely place would be the new OEJ, OECR. And one of the things, and Ed knows this from our experience in Region 4, it is a challenge to, there are usual suspects that get grants all the time, and then there are those that are most in need. And we've got to figure out a way to shift the incentive so that you can start leveling the playing field. And so those that are sort of behind the curtain and aren't automatically thought of or even aware of grant opportunities, I think there's a couple of things that I'd like to see us explore, including increasing the advertising and about the availability of these grants, so it gets to, the smaller communities, the Valdostas, the communities of only 1,000 folks, as opposed to your Atlantas, your Chicagos, and those larger cities getting the work. I will reiterate and agree wholeheartedly with the issue of capacity building in these spaces, that I think, not only do they not know about the grants, but they don't have the ability to either apply or be able to handle the auditing aspects. And one of the ways that we addressed that in Region 4 when we were there is we partnered with local academic institutions in these smaller places to be able to provide the support to get them the grant and then help with the auditing aspects afterwards. So I didn't catch your name, but I also think it would be a great idea to shift the competition so that you are focused more on your first time applicants, as opposed to, again, going back to the usual suspects all the time.
Enhanced points, or something like that, yeah.
Yeah, I'll just add to what Gwen is saying. I think some of the things that I, as an observer for the Greenhouse Gas Fund reduction work groups, some issues that were highlighted, there were lots of aha moments for those of us who are in the agency, including, this didn't come up in terms of overhead, but how we treat certain grants differently, that we accept it as a given, right? So this overhead issue is an interesting one because, with lots of research grants, we don't even bat an eye in terms of how much overhead is charged, and same thing with contracts, right? But when we give small grants to communities, it's a big deal. And so now this is sort of, I think that's why, and then the other, someone recently mentioned that when we have meetings, for instance, some charges are allowed. And someone, community leader said, you all are getting paid to be here. Nobody in the community was being paid to be there at a meeting, which I thought was kind of an interesting aha moment for me, is that all of us, that's a privilege that we bring, and we don't even consider that to be an issue ever, that these folks, but we do deal with it, things like, we're going to have a meeting at night on weekends because they can't come during the day on a weekday, and that's because they're not getting paid to. We are getting, so it was those kinds of things that I think that are coming up in terms of barrier to entry for government funding and so on. And I think Gwen is absolutely right. That this is the type of issue that cuts across most of the granting. I think not just the EPA, but I'm sure states as well. Yeah.
David Zimmer, you have your hand up online.
Hear me?
Yep.
Okay. So I think another alternative that people can think about is, all we're talking about is federal grants. And there is an opportunity for state programs to pick up some of this onus, right? And then you avoid kind of the administrative and reporting hassle that comes with federal grants. So for example, our SRF got permission to increase our fees by the equivalent of 0.01% on a borrower's rate, which is really nothing. And in 4 to 5 years, we expect to be bringing in anywhere between $800,000 to $1 million a year that will be dedicated specifically just to be paying for technical assistance. And we already have a reporting mechanism in place for the way that we manage the collection of our fees, et cetera, for the state. So it won't be any additional lift for us. But I urge people to be thinking that there are other sources of revenue out there besides these federal grants. And by the way, this will be permanent. So in 5 years, when the bill funds run out, the state will certainly have the ability to continue technical assistance, into perpetuity. Okay.
Yeah. Solving states as an intermediary, taking on some of that overhead compliance burden, but in a sustainable way. And that's maybe another role for this board, is to lift up examples that could be promulgated, throughout EPA.
And just to add on, another greenhouse gas reduction fund discussion that happened was about the intermediaries. And I think others have mentioned this as well. We have intermediaries that are well established in the contracting world. I mean, we do big contracts where there's a lot of subcontractors and so on, but this is relative. What Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund is proposing to us is very different. We don't do large grants. We do lots of little grants. And so, but exception of what David Zimmer is talking about in terms of state intermediaries. Mm-hmm. So that's an interesting, also another thread that at least those of us, including Ali Nunes, recognize, because we have IRA grants that we have. There's that other billions of dollars that we have to get out. And is there a lesson to be learned from what you have done on the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, which is a totally different approach of saying there's one to just a handful of intermediaries for this huge amounts of money. We just don't look at it.
Or both and.
Yeah.
Well, mindful of time, we're at lunch. I appreciate the discussion and engagement on this. When we come back from lunch, we'll talk about the parking lot items. We'll tee up the water charge. We may revisit this or ask the exploratory work group on water to think about whether they want to be the starting point for some of this. And then, and we can kind of continue and wrap that conversation up tomorrow. So thank you all for your engagement on this. Back at 1:00 Eastern.
Yeah, and lunch is here in the other room. So if you haven't been munching on the sweet, you should be hungry by now.
Thank you all.
Thank you. All right.
It's recording.
Yes, so we're gonna, or at least broadcasting.
Broadcasting, yes.
Welcome, viewers.
It is recording.
Oh, okay. Okay, I should not joke around at this point. Hey, welcome back, everyone, from lunch. And so we will continue with our conversation that we started about the additional work.
Yeah.
So I'll turn it over to Carrie.
So I know several of us had talked over lunch. Just want to throw it open to the board if anybody has any additional comments or thoughts on what we were discussing right before the break on flowing investment into underserved communities, EJ communities. Yes, Angela.
Angela Montoya, Brookmont, Denver Water. I'll just add that I think there's a unique opportunity to partner with the current opportunity in front of us, which is getting the dollars out to disadvantaged communities, partnering across multiple disciplines, multimedia, as you termed it, and think that this board has a unique opportunity to play a role because of the fact that some of us are intermediaries, some of us are local, some of us are at the state level, private sector. So I think we bring a very good practical application to this question of how do we get the money out.
Yeah.
And
I agree, Angela, which is just why I wanted us to talk about it. And through the last several charges have developed some additional competency, learning from each other and learning from EPA clients. So I feel like there's a good grounding to do that work. Thank you for that. Anyone else? Well, awkward moment is that.
I know why.
Do you know why?
Yes, I know exactly.
You know why I'm stalling?
We can do the water first if you'd like.
Well, no. Why don't we do parking lot? We'll come back to come back. Okay, so let's park that topic for a moment. I did want to revisit a couple of the items that we had put in the parking lot at our last meeting because we had so much in front of us with the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. Now, a number of the items relate to water, so water and lead pipes. So I'm not going to cover those because we're going to dive into that. But a couple of the other things that the board had identified included the FRRCC, engaging with the FRRCC. And as we heard this morning, they may not be quite ready for us, but there's probably some appetite there. So, I think hopefully everybody agrees. We'll keep that in the parking lot and wait until that committee is ready for us. And then another item that we had put in the parking lot was the environmental risk, cost of capital, and ESG topic, which Ted, I feel like you are the last man standing from that triad of folks that have been working on that. I too was very enthusiastic about that topic. And this is where we have been trying to figure out whether there was a role for this board to partner with EPA on some of the, kind of the market dynamics that we're seeing around environmental risk, cost of capital, ESG, and what have you. You want to say anything about that, Ted, in terms of the high level, topic that we were considering?
Sure. Ted Chapman, Hilltop Securities. So we had explored, Chris Meister from Illinois and Jan Beecher from formerly Michigan State, had looked into, we were trying to define and articulate it, but the general precept or conceit was, is climate change, the risks associated with potential change, are those being sort of appropriately priced into water financing? I think many might tell you no, but the flip side of that is, okay, well then how do you do it? And that was something, we were obviously not trying the solution, but that was something that we were having a little bit of trouble sort of articulating. certainly finding a home for it within EPA as a potential client. So that's how it ended up in the parking lot.
Yeah. And there was also engagement with Satyam Khanna, who was at SEC working on ESG or disclosure items, and then was seconded to EPA for 6 months. And Satyam had also highlighted for that exploratory group kind of the big data aspects to EPA sitting on a lot of data that could help inform market decisions. So worthy, but did not find a client. And so.
And also Satyam also left the government.
Yes, he left
so
the government.
I think that, so all these factors.
Yes.
Created a sort of I would say a pause.
A pause.
But I think this is a topic, but also now we have new members.
Yes.
So I guess.
I imagine there may be some new members that would be interested in that. But I think, for the moment, given what else is in front of us, probably best to leave that in the parking lot. And then, I skipped that one. I went out of order, didn't I, Tara? For your TIEP on the Farm, Ranch, and Rural Communities Advisory Committee. So we talked about parking that. Was there anything else that I'm forgetting that we discussed that wasn't water related? I don't think so. So going back to the discussion we had before lunch, I think Ed and I would like to propose to the group if we have some volunteers, looking at you, Craig Holland, and you, Gwen. And others, to form an exploratory work group to see if there is a charge that might be developed, and the appropriate client at EPA to pull on these topics that we were discussing before lunch that cut across the agency and all the media. Any comment? Any others that would like so Craig and Gwen? Any reactions to that, and other members?
Because I was a witness to this particular transaction, I will have to say, half of it. I have to say, it wasn't Carrie directing this work, but I think it would be good to turn to both of them and talk about why they were suggesting this.
Well, I bird dogged Gwen.
Yeah, so why don't we get Craig, because he's the one who came up right after.
Sure. So I was voluntold that I need to do this, but
you came to us.
Yeah, I did. Craig Holland, the Nature Conservancy, for the record. I was actually building off of Margot's comment before lunch, talking about the absolute necessity to really think deeply about the intermediation space, and why it is so critical as the federal government, and particularly EPA, receives unprecedented amounts of money and needs to get that money out both with speed, efficiency, and be able to reach very directly into communities that traditionally they've struggled to reach in a direct manner. So there is a well-worn path of intermediary services, and from the NGO sector, from the private sector. A lot of the organizations and companies that we studied as part of our work groups in the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, and as
state and local governments.
State and local governments, absolutely, thank you. And and as Ed and Carrie appropriately said during our discussion, this is not just about the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. This cuts across really many of the agencies within the federal government, and particularly EPA, which again is receiving not just technical assistance money, but other grant money that it needs to get out the door associated with a variety of different programs. So are there best practices, case studies, potentially demonstration projects that we could recommend, or we're staying away from recommendation language, right? Provide options around to the agency as a charge. And I will remind everyone that I'm happy to kind of get this off the ground, but I term out in June. So Gwen, looking at you to be carrying this on.
Partner.
And to recruit folks, looking at you, Margot, among others, though I know that you're very, very busy.
And a reminder, this is an exploratory work
Correct.
group that would be, partnering with EPA to see if, what a charge would look like that we would take up.
And I believe, Ed, correct me if I'm wrong, you had mentioned that you thought the CFO's office would be a good.
Yeah, so based on the conversation that we've all heard from Faisal and me, I think that the balance here is the tension between all that you've said and the accountability aspect. And so I think they would be, I suspect, an interested client, depending on how the exploratory group, discusses this issue on the balancing on the accountability. And so, that I think.
And perhaps partnering with the Office of Environmental Justice and External Civil Rights. So it could be a good co-client. Yeah.
Well, and I think the reason that I think, in addition to the threads that are being kind of pulled in this advisory committee, the other aspect of it is there's billions of dollars in grants that the agency has to get out. I mean, I think even under the IRA, there's that $9 billion piece that this group did not look at. And so how does that happen? And does EPA do that with communities individually? Or is there another model that's been teed up on the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund? But I think, again, you heard from Faisal, the challenge associated with that is on the oversight and accountability. Are the intermediaries, are there solutions that you can kind of pose? And I think it's an interesting idea. I suspect that OCO will be very interested. I also suspect that program offices that have a lot of grants to give out would also be interested in clients, like the EJ office and Office of Air and Radiation.
Thanks, Greg. I'm looking forward to it, I guess. This is what he's going to do. And what I was talking to Gary about during the break, how my background. And I started large, broader view of the agency, where the applicants are. With combinations. Partnership to fill gaps more as aspect, but I'm happy to I know about the but this is important, and it's important not just because huge shiny objects that are out there, but if this is a one-time shot, get it. And here, ever letting that's not, but you need to work out how to happen.
Yeah, love that. Dennis.
Dennis Randolph, City of Kalamazoo. I hate to volunteer too much, but NEJAC has allowed me to continue working on a work group there, and that work group is specifically related to NEPA and training and technical assistance for people getting past that particular little thing. So I think there's a nice opportunity to work together, especially if you're interested in NEJAC and you're interested in training, because there's a point right there where we come together. And I think that really is the part of it. I think it goes even to just how you present your grants. You know, like I said before, people hear all the horror stories, but you know, we manage to spend a lot of money every year doing stuff. And those should be the examples everybody hears about. So I think there's a nice opportunity. I'm glad to work on it.
Great.
But I think also we got a nice connection in there.
Yeah, I love the connection with EJAC. That's great. Is there anybody else who would be interested in joining this exploratory work group? I see Gwen. Yes.
Hi.
Yeah, the two Gwens.
Oh, somebody.
Hi. Sandra Favors would be interested as well.
Great, Sonia. Thank you so much for volunteering. And Margot.
Margot.
Yeah, I know. I saw that. And Jeff. Tara, are you taking notes? Because I am conveniently not. Thank you. Thank you, Jeff.
Carrie, can I make a suggestion?
Yes,
if he's still
please.
on the phone, we would love, at least in some capacity, to have David Zimmer just provide us with advice, given the fact that the New Jersey Infrastructure Bank is currently running a technical assistance program.
Yeah, that was David.
That is
I don't know.
permanently
I don't know if David is still on the line with us. I know he had something. Oh,
Yeah,
yes. Okay.
Sure, I'm happy to do that.
Great.
Thanks, David.
And so I'm just noting that Craig and David have a
term
limit, but we're so happy that you guys are sprinting through the finish line.
Working through the end, we really appreciate your expertise and your enthusiasm. If there's anybody else who, on reflection, wants to join, please do let us know. But I'm so grateful to all of you. I really think that we've got a lot of content knowledge that's been built up, and the work's not done, right? And so it's a great way to continue the work that the board has been engaged in over the last year or so. So great, thank you so much. All right, with that, we're going to turn over very, very briefly to tee up water, the Office of Water. And I think in the packets, we have the 9 proposed charges. I'm just going to very highly, run through those as a reminder. That was presented to us back in October. And again, we weren't able to really dig into that work, despite having an exploratory work group that we did vote on and engage because of the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. So under state revolving funds, the first idea is utilization of SRF additional subsidies to target assistance to neighborhoods or households in need. The next is effective utilization of water infrastructure investments, and then improving efficiency of implementing EPA funding. None of these are slouch topics, by the way. Under technical assistance, sustainable technical assistance, and then decentralized water systems operations and maintenance. And then under affordability, community assistance programs, BIL section 50108 needs assessment for rural and urban low-income community water assistance, and then rate structuring. And then under municipal bond indebtedness, that is the topic, municipal bond indebtedness. So those are the 9 proposed charges, plus the handful of water-related charges this board had in the parking lot around water affordability, around lead pipes, a couple of other areas. And so we have our exploratory work group. Oh, I said, Janet, that I was going to pull up the list. I don't remember. I didn't have a chance to do that. Who is, can we read out the names of who's on the exploratory work group? Because a couple of folks have asked me.
Do you have a microphone or a pod? Why don't you come up to the table for it?
Thank you.
Thank you, Tara.
For the record and future note-taking purposes, I'm Tara Johnson with EPA. We have Cynthia Kohler, who will be calling in at the top of the hour. And also from my list that I have Dennis Randolph, Jeff Deal, Mariana Peavy, Courtney Black, Ted Chapman, Bill Stannard, Angela Montoya Brickmont, Dave Wegner, Phyllis Garcia, Lawrence Lujan, Janet Clements, Matt Brown, Margot Kane, Zach Davidson, David Zimmer, Al Cho, and Eric Rothstein.
Great. So this is the, yes, we did our count of Sunday. Yeah. So that is the exploratory work group, and the co-chairs are Cynthia and Janet. Thank you for co-chairing. And so Janet, maybe you want to just speak a little bit about process and the work ahead of you.
Hi, everyone. Janet Clements, One Water Econ. So I will be co-chairing the water working group with Cynthia.
The exploratory.
I'm sorry, the exploratory water working group with Cynthia. I'm new here, so I don't know all the terms. And really, as far as process, just kind of an overview, is our charge is to really reduce or kind of synthesize some of the charges that EPA has provided to us and go back to them and go back to the board with a kind of recommendation for what we will pursue. And then we'll figure out how to do that. So that's kind of the goal for this afternoon. We have 2 hours to start that process. And then I believe we have an hour tomorrow morning, correct?
Yes.
And so that's kind of the overall process. Is that kind of what you're looking for?
Yeah, yes. And I think for the exploratory work group, you all want to decide, is it 1 or 2 or however many charges, how to organize them, what the deliverables might look like. A reminder, we have a lot of flexibility on the types of deliverables. And so, reflecting back on the last 2 years of charges, thinking about some of the different ways in which we've done deliverables, lighter lifts, heavier lifts. And then to the extent that with your clients, you're able to, draft any language you want to come back with and have us vote on and have a discussion on tomorrow and vote on, that's great. If you need more time, you'll let us know.
Yeah, okay. And that is, the timeline is a little bit up to us, correct?
It is a little bit up to you.
Or it is up to us.
Yes.
Well, of course, with discussions with the client also.
Yes, yes.
I'm assuming that's going to occur.
Yes.
So we will make a proposal on that.
Right.
Available during the work group.
And I would urge, I don't know whether, I think we have it on our website, with our SOP for charge determination.
We don't have it on the website, but.
Could we just email? Yeah, and the reason I'm mentioning this is that there are some clear, for the members to review, is some criteria for accepting charges. And there, as I read them, there are certain charges that are not unique to the EFAB, some work elements. So if it's really kind of technology related or other things that are not finance related, I would urge you to consider that as a factor also. Because whenever we talk to other advisory committees and the things that we're doing, we want to be very complementary in terms of the work that we do. And so I would urge you to kind of look at that as well. That was just my take on it when I initially looked at all the charge questions.
There's that one table I'm imagining in the SOP that has the things that relate, or chart. Yeah, chart that relates to the EFAB directly.
And also the other is what you would like EPA to do, action item and following up. And so the more specific the charges are and action oriented, I think that would just be, and I know that the exploratory group for the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund also took that approach, was what is doable. And even then, when we got into the work group discussions, people were thinking that they need to refine it even further. So there's going to be an opportunity to do that, but I would just refer everyone to this document and see if that's useful.
And then for the rest of the board who's not on the exploratory work group but has an interest in this topic, there will be ample opportunity to volunteer as the charges come forward and are adopted by the board. Then we'll create working, charge work groups as opposed to exploratory work groups. So don't worry, you didn't miss the boat if you weren't on the exploratory work group. All right, I think with that.
Well, the only other thing I wanted, since we didn't plan this, but because of Craig approaching us at lunch, now that we have an exploratory work group and Gwen.
Should we vote?
Well, no, not just, we should vote that in to the formally establish the exploratory work group. But I would urge you also to use the time that we're setting up as work group activities this afternoon, particularly those of you who are not serving on both groups. Obviously, you can't do both things, but I would urge the group to also start meeting to discuss the set of charges that you would like to explore. There's no day off, is what I'm saying.
Craig Holland, Nature Conservancy for the record. Is the objective that we have at least a draft couple of paragraphs charge prior to the conclusion of this meeting as something to actually vote on, or can we just simply vote on?
So I think we'll just vote on establishing the exploratory work group. I think you can start those discussions and
within the work group.
Within the work group.
There's no requirement that you come back tomorrow, because we just if you vote.
And we haven't gotten you a client yet either to work with. But you can certainly, if you have thoughts, we can certainly talk about it tomorrow. We've got time on the agenda if there are things that you do want to bring back and discuss.
I will not be here tomorrow.
There you go. Don't worry about it.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, so should we
vote?
Yes. Can I entertain a motion to adopt an exploratory work group? We need a name for this, for flowing in investment into EJ and disadvantaged communities.
Low-income and disadvantaged communities.
A motion? Can I get a motion? So moved. Gwen, second. Anybody? Lori, second. Great. And all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right. Motion adopted. Excellent. And with that, I think we will adjourn.
Right. We are going to adjourn until tomorrow morning, and to give space for the work groups now too, to meet and make progress on the exploratory charges. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, everybody.
We'll see you tomorrow morning.
See you tomorrow.